There we go. For once, I will not start the stream with mic issues. Fuck yes. We love to see it. Hello, what's up, watchers? Welcome back. It's been a couple weeks. I did not want it to be a couple of weeks, but it just kind of turned out that way. Oh crap, I need to bring up the chat. Just a sec. I need to figure out how to get chat back up on OBS. Like, I keep meaning to do it, but I never think of it until it's like 10 minutes before the stream is supposed to start, and I typically have a bunch of other stuff that I want to get done first. So it never ends up getting done. But someday I'll learn. Someday I'll fix it. No, don't start a fire! Do you know how much time it takes to clean that shit up? So, hello Logan, hello KP, hello Alistair. Sorry you're not feeling too good at the moment, Logan. I hope that this stream helps a bit, although considering, what we saw the last time, I am not so sure of that. It seems like Okabe is in a pretty horrifying situation. But before we get back to that, I will... Oh, hi Souls! What did you think of the Game Awards? I thought they were pretty decent. Like, we've definitely had a lot worse Game Awards in the past. Just a sec, I am way too fucking tall. Just a second. Why? Let me click on myself. Am I locked? Just a second. That's not it. That's not it. That's not it at all. I just want to move myself down. There we go. We're good. The announcements, not the awards themselves. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. It's like, there have definitely been some Game Awards that have been pretty fucking boring in terms of announcements. But I think that there was enough cool things announced, that it really did feel like a decent one. Like, it wasn't, you know, jump out of your seat with excitement type of shit, and I was really hoping that we would finally hear, like, something about the Switch 2. Like, that's what I went into the Game Awards really excited for, because I figured, like, hey, that could be, like, I understand that they probably want to reveal it in a Nintendo Direct, but it's like, imagine, like, how good it would be, like, business-wise, to go to a conference where a lot of, you know, it's a lot of, like, Sony stuff, and then, like, sometimes you hear about, like, some Nintendo stuff, particularly in, like, the family game section, but it's like, you know, and then you show off your new console to this group of people who, like, maybe haven't even touched a Nintendo console before. You show them all the reasons why it's great, and it's like the Switch already sold, like, a fuck ton. I don't know. I don't know very much about marketing, I'll be real. Which can probably be seen in just how I guess you could consider my Twitter, my old Twitter and then my new Blue Sky, like, me marketing myself. And you can see that I don't do a very good job of it. Hype for the new Turok and Double Dragon. Switch 2 is my long shot prediction, but I definitely didn't have Okami 2 on my bingo card. Yeah, me neither. Like, they haven't done anything with Okami since, like, the 3DS era. I was not expecting that to be a franchise that came back. How were the interviews? Yes, because I was mentioning this on Blue Sky. So I've had a couple of weeks, guys. So the way that 2 weeks ago, what day was that? So Monday the 2nd, I get a notification from one of my family members that my grandma had to go to the hospital. And she was slated to have surgery, and it was decided pretty quick that since I'm between jobs, and I don't really have as many responsibilities as a lot of my other family members, that I would go down, I would help her out with stuff after the surgery. It wasn't like a super invasive thing, from what I understand. I'm not going to talk about it in detail, because those are not my medical details to share. But yeah, so basically she ended up having the surgery Tuesday night. Tuesday morning, I get a notification from a company that I applied to saying, hey, we want to do an interview tomorrow. Are you available in the morning? And I was like, oh, fuck. Like, I already had two things happening that day. So I had an appointment with like an employment agency in my city. And then I also was going like an hour and a half away that night to go and stay with my grandma. So, needless to say, busy fucking week. This is why I said everything happened so much. So, did the interview, went to the employment office. The employment office did not help me worth a shit, which sucks because if I had known that beforehand, I would have just canceled the appointment. But, oh well. Now I have a second appointment where they're saying, yeah, we'll definitely help you with this now, and it's 2 days before my unemployment ends. So it's like, thanks, guys. I was trying to talk to you guys about maybe going back to school. And you're gonna finally talk to me about that at the end of January. Cool. Cool, thanks. But yeah, so then I went to stay with my grandma. I stayed there from Wednesday until Monday night. Thought that, well, okay, also, it should be mentioned that the company that I interviewed for contacted me on Friday. They said that they would contact me on Friday to let me know the results of the interview. And they were like, yeah, sorry, we went with someone else. And it sucked, because during the interview, I was like, hey, wait a minute. This place seems really fucking cool. I would really love to do the work here. So yeah, that kind of stung. But I get back to my apartment Monday night in freezing fucking rain. And like the next day, because it's like, I'm not in a super dire situation. I don't want you guys to like worry about me or anything. But I was getting like pretty nervous about the whole job thing, so I sent off a couple of applications, not really thinking much of it. One of them got back to me and was like, hey, when are you available for an interview? But they sent it like 15 minutes before their office closed. So I didn't hear back from them about the interview until the next day. Did the interview on Thursday, spent Wednesday preparing for it. They said that they would get back to me on Tuesday. They still have not gotten back to me, which does not bode well, but we'll just have to wait and see. But yeah, so that's been the last 2 weeks of my life. And also on Thursday, I did a stream with Val. We reacted to the Game Awards. So to answer your question before, Logan, if you wanted to see our live reactions to the Game Awards, I'm pretty sure that's still up on Val's channel. Let me pull it up real quick just to double check. I don't want to just talk out of my ass here. Love that the first video that's recommended to me on YouTube is 10 hours of silence, occasionally interrupted by a random Pikmin noise. I feel like I get that video recommended to me a lot. Let's see, is the VOD still up? I just wanted to make sure because of copyright things. Yes, so the VOD is still up on the Valkyrie channel, or Valerie Valkyrie channel. I would normally say there's a link in the video description. There is not. Banger video, to be honest. I know, right? Like, I have been so tempted with, like, those, like, Pikmin noises, or, like, just any video where it's like, okay, here's, like, multiple hours of silence broken by this noise. I want to do a stream one day where I just, like, have one of those on in the background, and I never acknowledge it. Just randomly, too. Like, it's not even gonna be, like, an event stream or anything. It's not even gonna be, like, a special, like, a big deal kind of stream. Yeah, just one random stream. I'm just gonna do that, and, hope you guys have fun. Hope you guys have fun with that one. But yeah, so anyways, enough talking about my life and my bullshit. Let's get into Steins Gate, which I actually have open. Well, I did. This was working! Okay, there we go. Okay, just a sec. Gotta pull up the chat again. There we go. Oh, right. Because I have finally figured out the tech of, hey, if I don't want to hear the game music for like 15 minutes before the stream starts, I can just, like, turn that down in the volume mixer. I'm allowed to do that. Nope, no one's stopping me. But let's get back into this. So yeah, last time, Okabe got sent to the year 2036. And Yeah, shit's not great. Last we saw, we had met with Daru, now, like, 45 years old. We met with Suzuha, and we're trying to figure out what the fuck happened to do. Why is... Wait a second, just a second. Chat is not showing up on stream. I literally just fixed this before the stream started. What? Come on. And now my monitor. No, no, don't flicker now, please. 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 Here's the chat. Properties. Oh, I see what happened here. Come on. Come on. That should be. That should be right. Like this should be fine. All right. Well, I guess. Just a second. Like this is still working. Sorry, just give me one moment, guys. I'm trying to figure out what the heck is going on here. Okay, I'm gonna copy the URL for chat from this scene and move it over to this scene. There we go. Now it's working. What the hell was up with that? Anyways, speaking of what the hell is up with that, I feel like that is exactly what Okabe is feeling right now. Daru gave me all the details.
それじゃあ本当に今は2036年なのかそういうこと
It seemed unbelievable. Wait a second, chat just went off my screen again. Ah. You know, I feel like I'm paying for having no mic issues with having issues with, like, everything else. But Daru's appearance, and more than anything my own, made it undeniable. 2036. Suzuha had said that World War III would start sometime in the next 10 years. 5.7 billion people would die, and the population of Tokyo would drop to a tenth of what it once was. After that, the Third World War itself would end, but the chaos would continue, and even in Japan, no, everywhere around the world, battles would continue. Was that what I'd just seen?
だがどうして俺はそのことを何も覚えていないんだ
All my memories were of 2011. Which... I forgot that the game took place in 2011. Whenever I made my Blue Sky post, I mentioned in it, like, oh hey, by the way, like 2036 is closer to us right now than 2011 was. That was just to make you guys feel old. I forgot that this game is canonically, well, I mean, the main part of the game is canonically set in 2011. White lab coat with the yellow cap is an odd fashion choice. I mean, to be fair, this is just Daru's normal outfit. He just has a lab coat over top. Hi Life, welcome to the stream. I had no memories of the past 25 years. My last memory was of erasing Kurisu's memory from Kagari's head.
それに俺は2025年に死ぬと鈴葉から聞かされていたどうして生きているんだ
それは私も聞きたい父さん
Suzuha chimed in.
私たちはみんなオカリンおじさんは10年前に死んだって聞かされてきたんだ
Suzuha leaned over to him.
父さんこれはどういうこともしかして私たちを騙してたのか
落ち着け鈴葉ちゃんと説明するから
Daru looked at me as if he was remembering old times, and then resumed his explanation.
オカリンは2011年の1月半ばまでの記憶しかないってことで OK? ああ2011年の1月に世界線が変動したそれ以降のことは覚えていない
I'd gotten 25 years older without realizing it, which, yeah, that's a nightmare. I feel like I've mentioned this on stream before, but the idea of, like, being in a coma and waking up, like, 10 or 20 years later is, like, an actual nightmare scenario to me. Like, that's, like, existentially horrifying to me. I realize I'm covering up a good amount of the chat. Just give me 1 second. If I can just... There we go. Scooch down a little. I'm still kind of covering chat, but I always do. It's fine. It's fine. -10 or -25 years, yeah. That fact was starting to eat away at me. If I woke up in the year 3000, I would be like, wah!
やっぱ体の方に少し問題があるのか、それとも混乱してるのか。今のオカリンの頭の中には2011年の1月末までの記憶がなきゃいけないんだけど。
末？どうして1月末なんだ？
マホタンがオカリンの記憶をデータとして保存したのが2011年1月末のことだからさ。
Oh, okay. Hyajo saved my memories?
アマデウスの研究の役に立ちたいから記憶サンプルを取ってくれってオカリンからマホタンに頼んだらしいじゃん。
Right, we didn't do that this time though, right?
俺がアマデウスの
And then I realized something incredible.
ということは、もしかして今の俺の脳の中は。
そう、お察しの通り、今のオカリンの脳内にある記憶はその時の2011年にデータ化された記憶なんだ。
Digitized memories inside my head.
ちょっと待って父さん、話が全く見えない。そもそもどうしてオカリンおじさんが生きてるの？おじさんは2025年に死んだって言ってただろ？
死んだよ、事実上はね。
This is kind of like the end of the first game with Kurisu, where it's like, as long as it looks like someone died at the point where they're supposed to, for all intents and purposes, like the timeline moves on as if they actually did die.
事実上？
タイムマシン開発競争はその頃がピークだったんだ。
Oh my god, wait a second. Wait a second, because I've theorized for a bit that we're playing as, like, the version, or, like, this whole story is seeing the version of Okabe that will, like, transmit that message into the past to get his, like, past self to go into the Steins Gate timeline, do the whole thing with tricking Kurisu. Is this where he gets that idea? Because that would be really fucking cool. I don't even know if that theory is true, but, like, come on, it makes the most sense.
各国のいろんな機関がマキセ・クリスが残した論文と彼女の記憶を欲していた。でもその時点でマキセ・クリスの遺産は全部ストラト4の手に渡ってたんだよね。
Stratfor.
ただ連中をもってしても論文の中身を確かめることはどうしてもできなかった。ロックを解除できなかったんでね。ちなみにそのロックを開発したのは2010年の僕。そこでストラト4はマキセ・クリスをよく知る人物を捕まえて情報を聞き出そうとしたんだ。
それが俺か。
連中はオカリンの記憶からマキセ・クリスについての情報を取り出すためにあらゆる手を使ったらしい。僕たちが助け出した時にはオカリンの精神はボロボロだった。まともに生きるための能力さえ失ってた。回復する見込みのない死んだのとほぼ変わらない状態だったんだ。
それじゃあ肉体は生きていたってこと？
そういうこと。
So, uploading Okabe's memories into him was kind of like a way to reverse the process, I guess? I suppose that makes sense.
これはオカリン自身の入れ知恵でもあった。オカリンは自分が狙われてることに危機感を覚えてたからね。
でも せめて私にくらいは教えてくれてもよかったはずだ。
敵を騙すにはまず味方からって言うだろ。
そんな。
Suzuha seemed a little depressed. It must have come as a shock that her dad didn't trust her.
そんな顔するな鈴葉。このことを知ってたのはワルキューレの中でもごく限られた一部の人間だけだ。
And plus, like, the fewer people who know about it, the better. Especially if, like, this company, like, if Stratfor was gonna come back after Okabe, it's like, yeah, no, you don't want them to find out about that. And it could also be to protect Suzuha. Like, if they did that to Okabe, like, Daru wouldn't want to see that happen to his own fucking daughter. I knew the name Valkyrie. I knew it. I know it too. It's my friend's last name. Suzuha had talked about it a lot in 2010. It was the name of Daru and Suzuha's resistance organization. Look, I remember the hotkeys. I didn't think I would. Oh, we have a note about Go-Go Curry at this at this very serious hour. But first, let's read about resistance. An armed group of irregular fighters who oppose a government or the members of that group. The difference between a resistance fighter and a terrorist is a very slim one. Kinda depends whose side you're on, I guess. A curry chain based out of Kanazawa, Ishikawa. It has stores all over Japan, but primarily in the northern and eastern parts of the country. It offers Kanazawa curry, which is famous for its thick roux and katsu and cabbage on top. That sounds really fucking good. Like, I've only ever had Japanese-style curry, like, twice in my life. It was, when I went to go and visit, like, a college friend of mine. She and her family would often make that kind of stuff. And it is so good. I need to start learning how to cook it myself. Like, I just in general want to eat more, like, I guess food with rice in it is the best way to put it. It is cool. I know that for a little bit now, I've been, like, very mildly gung-ho about the idea of learning to make my own sushi. Because it's like my favorite kind of sushi rolls are just crab. And you can get imitation crab, because pretty much imitation crab is kind of the only stuff we get around here. Landlocked province and all. Raw fish is spooky to work with, but the perk of imitation crab is that it comes pre-cooked. So I don't have to worry about that. And then, like, I can make the rice myself. Now, the downside is I don't know where to source the seaweed for it. I've checked a couple grocery stores in my city, and none of them have it. So it's like I might have to look into, like, what I can do as an alternative. Which also I understand why dried seaweed isn't that common around here. You'd have to go to a specialty market? Yeah, probably, and I don't know if there is one in my city. So I'll have to wait and see, but it's like if I do find a place, because I mean I'm gonna be visiting family pretty soon for both Christmas and a birthday. So I might check there, see if they have one. They might, I don't know. But yeah, it's like I'd really like to learn how to do that, because it doesn't seem as complicated as it sounds. Like, my main worry when it comes to, like, making sushi is, like, the working with raw fish. Like, I don't want to make myself sick. And I don't trust raw meat most of the time. I trust raw fish from sushi places, because in order for them to stay open, they need to know how to handle that shit. Use maple leaves, Ontario seaweed. Thanks, Rihanna Keeves. I don't think I'll do that. Daughter's sick of this conversation too.
オカリンは心を破壊されたせいで生きるための能力を失っていた。放っておいたら肉体さえ死んでしまう状態だった。
Daru here was just like, look man, we're in the middle of a very serious conversation. Can you cut out the sushi talk for a sec?
そこで事実を知る一部の人間の手によってこことは別の施設でずっと面倒を見てきたんだ。
From 2025 to 2036. A 11 years without letting anyone find out. You needed nutrients to keep your body alive. And since I was in bed the whole time, my joints would have gotten stiff, and friction against the bed would have caused my skin to split open. Yeah, bed sores are no joke. Someone had watched over me the whole time to keep that from happening.
もしかしてマユリが
マユシだけじゃない。フェイリスタンやルカシ、それにマホタンもだ。
They were alive. Mayuri, Faris, and Lukako. Even in this terrifying world, they were still alive and still looking after me. They had been for years.
なあ、ダル。どうして俺は今になって目を覚ましたんだろうか。
My memories had been digitized in 2011. If they'd known those memories existed, they could have downloaded them into me a lot earlier, right?
それは単純な話さ。オカリンの記憶データはつい最近までどこにあるかわからなかったんだよね。つうか、オカリンとマキセ・クリスの記憶データはストラト4がずっと保管してたんだけど、その保管場所がずっとわからなかったわけ。見つけたのは半月前。どこにあったと思う？驚くぜ。
Huh?
どこだ？
東大元暮らし。大学だよ、僕たちの。
Really? Alright.
まさか東京電機大学か。
その地下に連中の支部があったんだよ。つっても今はほとんど廃墟になってるけどな。
Stratfor had a base in the basement of Tokyo Denki.
で、半月前にオカリンの記憶データをサルベージした僕たちは早速脳にデータをダウンロードした。
But for the next 10 days, I hadn't woken up. And just as they were about to give up, I'd finally awoken. After 25 years. 25 years. I stared at my hands. They were so thin I could almost see the bone, and I could see veins popping out of them. The face reflected in the glass was unhealthy and wrinkled. My hair was starting to turn white too.
起きたら25年後だったなんて。とんだ浦島太郎だな。
I don't get that reference.
気持ちの整理がつかないのも無理ないさ。
Of course, it was a shock. But the most shocking thing
この
was...
記憶は一度データになったものなんだな。
My memories since I was a kid. My memories of that summer. My memories with Kurisu. All of them have been transformed into zeros and ones. Could you still say that I was a person? Yes. Could I still be called human? Yes.
でもそれを言うならマキセ氏のタイムリープマシン技術だって同じじゃん。オカリンはあれ何度も経験したはずっしょ。
He was right. But even if I knew it in my head, it still felt strange. I'd been cut off from 25 years of time. It had all been forgotten and left behind in a digital world. It felt like it had been stolen from me.
私はやっぱり納得いかない。
そう言うなって鈴葉。
父さんはいい。そうやって世界中を騙していたんだから。
だから仕方なかったんだってば。
Deceived, huh? I'd been deceived too. I'd been told I was fated to die in 2025. And that even in the beta world line, that wouldn't change. But no matter how it had happened, I was alive right now. Even in the past, I'd been deceived by the future. And it wasn't just me. Suzuha and everyone else. The whole world had been deceived.
世界が騙される。
Ah, you're putting the pieces together! We love to see it! And then there was a knock on the outside of the door. Oh, God. Oh, God. There was a visitor, it seemed. Suzuha got close to the door.
君に萌え萌え。
Perfect! Alright! After hearing the world's most ridiculous password, Suzuha unlocked the door. It opened and a young girl came in.
太郎おじちゃん、鈴葉お姉ちゃん、トゥットゥルー。
She does a tuturu too? That's adorable! She's so cute! I hate knowing what happens to her in the future, or I guess in the past. But... Hi!
かがり、ここには用があるとき以外は来るなと言ってるだろう。
Kagari. Yeah, it's all subjective. This child was a young Kagari?
ごめんなさい。でも、ママたちみんな出かけて帰ってこないんだもん。
まあまあ、そう目くじら立てることもないだろう。
また父さんはそうやって甘やかす。こういうことはきちんとしておかなきゃダメなんだ。
The way they interacted hadn't changed in 25 years. I ignored them and looked at Kagari. And she seemed to notice me, too.
こんにちは。
こんにちは。
おじさんは誰？
俺か？俺は。
ん？
そうだな。君のママの友達だ。
I hesitated for a moment, but decided not to give her my name.
まゆりママの？
ああ、そうだ。
へえ。
ママは優しいか？
うん。
ママのこと好きか？
うん、大好き。
Ah! God! She's adorable. And it's like, I don't know Japanese, but like, the way she talks reminds me so much of Mayuri. It's like, it makes sense. She's Mayuri's adopted daughter, but like, she has the same inflections as Mayuri. It's just, ah!
そうか。
I could see the love she felt for her mother radiating from her face. Mayuri must have raised her with a lot of love, too. She'd been raised with everything Mayuri could give her. But after this, she was going to go to the past. She would be all alone in the past, separated from her beloved Mayuri. And then they would catch her and use her as a test subject.
そういえば父さん、まゆ姉さんには伝えたのか？おじさんが目覚めたこと。
あ、いかん。すっかり忘れてた。早く教えてやらんと。
Yeah, you really should. He took out what looked like a small wireless radio.
こちら、バレルタイター。応答せよ。こちら、バレルタイター。
こちら、スターダストシェイクハンドです。どうぞ。
Cute! I love that her code name is that. The voice I heard from the speaker was definitely Mayuri's. It felt a lot calmer than what I was used to, but it was definitely Mayuri. Wait, what was Stardust Handshake? How did you forget this?
ああ、かがりちゃん。誰おじさんのところにいるの？うん。おじさんは大事なお仕事があるから、あんまり邪魔しちゃダメだよ。はーい。
そんなことよりまゆし、スペシャルなニュースだ。
スペシャルなニュース？
ああ、心して聞いてくれ。オカリンが目覚めた。
本当にオカリンが？どうしたの？まゆし。オカリンが。もしかして岡部さん、 目を覚ましたんですか？本当？オカリン、起きたのにゃ。
I heard one voice I knew after another coming from the radio. The voices didn't seem to have changed all that much.
そういうわけで3人ともすぐに戻ってきた方がいい。マユシ、どうしたマユシ？
ダメ。マユシーは嬉しさのあまり涙ぐんで声も出ないみたい。
Aww.
まあ無理もないよな。オカリンの復活を一番望んでたのはマユシなんだからさ。
God, this is a sweet reunion, but I know that it's probably gonna go bad. Like, this is the shit-ass future that sucks. This happiness isn't gonna last and it sucks! Mayuri.
とにかくみんな早く戻った方がいい。
わかった。食料を受け取ったらすぐに戻るわ。
Everyone else was overjoyed, but I saw that Suzuha's expression was clouded.
どうした鈴葉？
なんでまゆ姉さんたち食料調達に出ている？今日は予定になかったはずだ。
え？
そんなはずない。確かに今日だって昨日の夜遅くに連絡が。まずい、それは罠だ。みんなすぐに戻って。
Shit. Shit! The scream from the speaker cut her off.
どうした？何があった？襲撃です。敵襲が。くそ。マイルちゃん、フィリーさん、逃げて。ここは僕が。でもそんなことしたらルカニャンが。大丈夫ですか？早く。ダメルカ君。ルカニャン。父さん。
Suzuha started running and Daru followed after.
待ってくれダル、俺も行く。
でもオカリン、その体じゃ。
行かせてくれ頼む。
He hesitated for a moment, but then quickly nodded and offered me his shoulder. He was a little thinner than when he was young, but his shoulder was still gigantic. I put my weight on it as we followed Suzuha. Oh boy. When we finally got there, I saw several silhouettes. I'd been mentally preparing myself for a fierce battle, but the whole place was dead quiet. There were several men dressed like soldiers lying on the ground nearby. In front of them was Suzuha. Kneeling next to her were two women. And at their feet... Shit. I could tell at a glance. The person lying there was Lukako. The two women looked up at me. Mayuri and Faris both seemed beaten down by the passage of time. Sorry, my neighbors are making noise at the absolute worst time. For a second I thought that someone was knocking on my door, but then again, like, my neighbors upstairs have just kind of been making a lot of noise lately. But, man, bad time to take me out of the moment. His features had grown more gallant, but his face was still soft and feminine. Lukako looked at me with hazy eyes.
Lukako.
本当に岡部さんなんですか?
You couldn't hear it though? That's good. That's good. It seems my mic doesn't pick up on a lot of noises like that. They're just enough to distract me and that's it.
Lukako. 俺だ。
その呼び方。本物の岡部さん。
A single trail of blood dripped from Lukako's mouth. His outfit was stained with blood over his right breast, and the blood dripped over onto the ground. I knew immediately that the wound was fatal.
よかった。さっ きの話は嘘じゃなかったんですね。
ああ、お前たちのおかげでこうして目覚めることができた。ありがとう。
Lukako's hand reached up towards the sky as if he was looking for something. Maybe he couldn't even see me anymore. When I grabbed his hand, it was very cold.
岡部、
どうした？
僕やりました。
ああ、
京正に教えてもらった静止座馬流の心への今までまゆりちゃんやみんなを守ってこられました。
ああ、
僕仲間になれましたよね。
You always were, dude.
皆さんの本当の仲間になれましたよね。
You always were.
バカ！お前は最初からずっと俺たちの仲間だ。
Lukako reached out a cold hand and touched my cheek. And smiled a dazzling smile.
嬉しいな。
And that was all he said. And then... the touch on my cheek disappeared.
ルカ子、ルカ子！
ルカく。
The cold hand fell to the rubble. Jeez. I get a little misty-eyed and all of a sudden I forget how to pronounce words. The cold hand fell to the rubble-covered ground. My god, let me just say this line. And never moved again.
なんてことだ。
よかった。ルカ君はオカリンとずっと会いたがっていたから、最後に会えたのは本当によかった。
Glad? She was glad? After this? Mayuri's words made me realize how hellish the last 25 years I'd slept through must have been.
漆原ルカ、あなたはとても立派に戦いました。私たちはあなたに救われました。どうか安らかに。
こんなのあんまりだろ。
マユシは
These poor people are just doomed to suffer.
泣き疲れて眠ったよ。
無理もないよな。マユシはルカシとずっと仲良かったから。
ルカ兄さん。
Lukako was dead. He died protecting Mayuri and Ferris. Yeah, that would bring back some bad fucking memories, wouldn't it? In my mind, his death overlapped with Mayuri's. Mayuri's hands got colder. And so did Lukako's. It was the same no matter where I went. Mayuri, Lukako, and Kurisu. Everyone dies.
あの戦争をきっかけにたくさんの人間が死んだ。小学校の友達も中学高校の友達も大学の友達も親戚も先生も知り合いも大人も子供もそれから大切な人もたくさんの本当にたくさんの人間が死んだんだ。
I knew this was coming. At least, I thought I knew. If I didn't reach Steins Gate, if I stayed in the Beta World line, the world would eventually burn. I'd heard it 1,000 times. And I thought I knew what the future would be like. But in the end, it was just a story about the distant future. It didn't feel real at all. I could only imagine it. All I had were vague, unrealistic ideas. All the thousands of nightmares I'd experienced. I'd thought nothing could be worse than that. When I saw it with my own eyes, heard it with my own ears, and felt it with my own skin, I realized that everything I'd thought was wrong. Piles of bodies. Wild dogs devouring human corpses. Dead soldiers. The smell of burning flesh. The smell of rotting organs. The warmth of Lukako's blood in my hands. The warmth of Mayuri's blood. The warmth of Kurisu's blood. I thought that if nothing else, I'd managed to save Mayuri. I'd let Kurisu die, turned my eyes away from reality, and told myself that at least I'd saved Mayuri and the others. But in the end, I hadn't saved anyone. Even if I had, I'd only saved myself. I was the only person I'd managed to save. No one else. Not Kurisu. Not Mayuri. Not Kagari. Not Lukako. I hadn't saved anyone.
クリスをアマデウスの呪縛から解放してやってくれ。伝言2025年のオカリンから。
俺の伝言。
シュタインズゲート世界線への道は険しい。一度や二度やり直したところでたどり着ける道ではないだろう。けれどまずはそこから始めることがシュタインズゲートへとつながるんじゃないか。いくつもの未来の先が過去へとつながっているんじゃないか。11年前オカリンはそう言ってた。
Which, I mean, it is kind of funny that Daru should say this, because that is kind of how multiple endings work in a visual novel. Many futures connected to one point in time.
クリスを解放。
だからさ、僕たちがいるこの世界も無駄じゃない。きっと必要な世界なんだ。少なくとも今の僕はそう思ってる。
May take many tries for you to reach the ending. I assumed it would be like the first Steins Gate, where you have to see like all the different endings in order to get the final one. Or I don't actually know if that was a requirement or if I just did it because I wanted to be a completionist. Like, I don't remember. It's been too long since I played the first Steins Gate. That was in, like, what, 2022, I want to say? Man, that feels a long time ago. It's hard to reach the true ending. Fair enough, fair enough.
もちろん。だからってこのままでいいってわけじゃない。
誰
You have to hit all the points, and there's quite a few of them. Yeah, I figured as much. I wonder if this is gonna be the same situation that I was in, like, the first time around, where it's like, somehow, you got one of the harder endings to get.
だからさ、オカリン。もう一度戻って考えてみてもいいんじゃね？オカリンの記憶の途切れたその時間に、さ。
2011年にか。でも、そんなこと。
Fun fact, the design of story progression in Steins Gate Zero is in the shape of a zero. Interesting. I'm gonna have to see how that plays out, because, I mean, we haven't even hit the first ending yet. Eh? Sorry, what do you mean by you? I'm assuming that you just sent your message too early. You'll see when you go for completionist. Okay, cool. I could see my aged body in the glass.
大地、この姿のまま戻ったところで、俺に何ができる？
できるわ。
I heard a voice I recognized from the radio.
久しぶりね、岡部さん。11年ぶりかしら。
ひよ嬢さんか。
部屋の奥を見なさい。
Is it going to be the time leap machine? As if he'd known what she was going to say, Daru had moved to a spot in the back of the room where the lights didn't reach. Suddenly, it got brighter and I saw... There it is! The phone wave. Name subject to change. A VR headset? I don't know if you needed to go that far.
こんなこともあろうかと、リフターも用意してやる。
Daru went on to explain that for the last 11 years, he'd maintained an environment where I could receive the time leap, even in a coma. That made sense. Even if I was in a coma, as long as they put the receiver up to my head, it would still function. Mayuri and the others had taken care of my body since 2025. So Daru and Maho had known this day would come 11 years ago? Or maybe I told them so back in 2025.
改良を重ねた結果、跳躍可能時間は336時間。一度の跳躍で1週間は遡ることが可能よ。
336時間。2週間か。
ただし、それも途中まで。マシンを改良してそれが可能になったのは10年ほど前だから、それ以前は前と変わらず48時間しか跳躍できない。
Jesus Christ. And I'm really hoping, I'm really hoping that this doesn't have, like, the horrible brain damage component that the original Phone Wave did, because that was, like, a whole plot point in the first game with, like, Nai, right? Surely this doesn't break anyone. God. It's like, on one hand, going back in time is a really great idea. On the other hand, using the Phone Wave to do it for fucking 2 weeks at a time for 10 years, and then 48 hours at a time for the last 15 years. Like, that does not seem good. This doesn't seem like it's gonna result in good things happening, guys. In other words, if I wanted to go back to the end of January 2011, I need about 3,000 time leaps. That's 3,000 chances to get brain damage.
とてつもなく辛い旅になるわ。それでも戻る気があるのなら。
Almost 3,000 time leaps. Was I really capable of something like that anymore?
しんどくなったら途中で休めばいい。
ダル。
大丈夫よ。どの時間にたどり着いても必ず私たちがいるから。
ひや嬢さん。
私ね、後悔しているの。 アマデウスのせいで、あの子は死んでもなお多くの横島な人々に利用されようとしていた。何年も何十年も。だから私からもお願い。あの子、クリスを醜い欲望の渦から解放してあげて。クリスを救ってあげて。それができるのは岡部さん、あなただけよ。
I didn't know if I could do it anymore. There was no guarantee that the path I was about to travel would ever lead to Steins Gate. But even so...
もう一度考えるか。
What could I do? What should I do?
二人とも頼む。
Okabe really went, okay, let me think about it. Okay, I thought about it.
オキドキ。
Okie dokie! As soon as the words were out of his mouth, he started getting ready.
岡部さん、もしも次にクリスに会えたら言ってやって。未来の私はあなたの7倍もの時間跳躍を可能にしたわよって。
Still competing with her, like 25 years after her death. That's commitment.
わかった。
If I ever saw
オカ
Kurisu,
リン、こっちの準備は OK だ。
早いな。
メンテは怠ってないからね。
さすがだな。
まあな。
the phone wave and the VR headset. They looked a little different from what I'd seen in the old lab, but they were still our future gadgets.
でもマユ姉さんたちとは話さなくていいの？
今飛ばないと決心が鈍りそうだ。それに今会えなくてもいくらだって会えるさ。過去の世界で。
そうだな。
Daru smiled as I took the VR headset out of his hand and put it on my head.
それじゃあまた2週間前でな。
ああ、2週間前で。
しっかりね。
And then, I jumped back into the past once more. It took a long, long time. The journey was unimaginably long. Let's go back to the past! I looked at the phone I was holding in my hand. The date read January 31st, 2011. No doubt about it. I was back. I had finally made it back. I'd gone back through so many years. I'd done thousands of time leaps, gone through the war. I'd almost died. I'd thought of giving up a bunch of times, but each time I'd remembered it all. That ruined world, the piles of corpses, the screams, the shouting, the dripping blood, and Daru and Maho, and how they'd sent me off. After a long, long, unimaginably long time, I finally made it back to this time.
おかりん、何か良くない知らせでもあったの？電話に出てからなんだかぼーっとしてるから。
いや、そうじゃない。そういうわけじゃないんだ。
Mayuri was here.
もしかしてまだお正月の気分が抜けないのかにゃ？
Ferris was here.
しっかりしてくれよな。
And Daru. And Lukako. And Suzuha. And...
ん？
Maho and Kagari were here too.
もしかしてこの前の疲れが出ちゃったかしら？
この前。
ほら、 この前
Oh, my
アマデウス
webcam
の
glitched
サンプ
just
ル
now.
用に記憶データを取ったでしょ？
Oh, right. Dadu had mentioned that. He'd said it was at the end of January.
いや、そうじゃないんだ。ちょっと、な。かがり。
ん？なに？オカリンさん。
この時代に来てからの記憶は、まだ思い出せないのか？そうか。
どうしたの？いきなり。
なんでもない。ただ少し確かめただけだ。
So she doesn't have Kurisu's memories in this timeline, or at least, like, the memories got deleted. Because I forget what day... just a sec. Let me just... do a quick save. Will it show me what day these things happened? I guess not. Yeah, well, doesn't hurt to save every once in a while. Also, I gotta pour myself some more tea, so just a sec. Shit. Ow. Spilled a little bit of hot tea on my fucking leg. That sucks. Alright.
何それ？変なオカリンさん。
Since I'd come from the future, I knew. In this world line, Kurisu's memories no longer existed inside Kagari's head.
でも私ね、別にこのままでもいいかなって思ってるんだ。だって、ここにはママもいるし、ルカ君やルミお姉ちゃんもいるし、食べ物だっていっぱいあるし、無理に思い出す必要もないんじゃないかって。
Fair enough, fair enough.
そうか。
Maybe that was fine for now. But the future was going to be filled with sorrow. For Mayuri, for Faris, for Lukako, for Daru, for Suzuha, for Kagari, and for Maho. Did I really make the right choice when I decided to let Kurisu die? After everyone had left and I was alone, all the exhaustion came crashing down on me. I'd time-leaped 3,000 times. I thought I'd be able to work things out in my head along the way, but I'd been so desperate to return to the past that I hadn't had time. My mind was worn down after all the time leaps. I thought I'd made my decision, but I found myself wavering time and time again. I'd only managed to do it by telling myself that I had to get back before I could make any decisions. And now my head just felt so tired. What should I do now? What should I do? For now, I didn't want to think about anything, but I felt too awake to even sleep. With everyone gone, the temperature in the lab quickly dropped. It was freezing. But it was nothing compared to the cold I'd felt before. That world I'd seen right after I'd erased Kurisu's memories from Kagari. Kurisu was there. Mayuri was there. Everyone was there. It was a scene from that very brief peace I'd had during that summer. But that world had been so cold. And now I knew why. That was the world that I'd experienced when I was asleep, existing only as data. A world built only of zeros and ones. Like being alive, even when you're dead. Or being forced to stay alive even though you were dead. People I loved were there. There was no warmth. I couldn't reach out and touch them. There wasn't even a little bit of warmth. It was like floating in deep, dark space without any light at all. Oh, I could reach out and touch them. Okay. Yeah, because I thought for a second, oh, wait, no, I think I read that line wrong. And Kurisu Makase was now experiencing that too. She was all alone in a cold world without the slightest trace of warmth. I raised my hand up underneath the fluorescent light. I could see the veins rising up out of it and the red blood flowing in them. I was alive. There was warmth. But could I really say that I was alive? Now that my memories had been digitized, after being exposed to that cold world, could I still really be called human? Yes. I heard a knock at the door and turned my eyes towards it. Maho was standing there.
ヒヤジョウさん。帰ったんじゃなかったのか？
ちょっと忘れ物をしちゃってね。
忘れ物？
それより、あなたこそ一人で何をしているのかしら？
Maho showed no signs of looking for whatever she had lost. Instead, she came right up and sat down in front of me.
さっきもずっと難しい顔してたわよね。何か気になることでもあるの？
Maybe she'd been worried enough to come back and check on me.
私じゃクリスの代わりにはなれないかもしれないけど、それでもよければ話してみて。
ヒヤジョウさん。
There was no need to worry about whether I could tell her or not. I needed her to make the time leap machine. And for that, she needed to hear everything.
嘘みたいな話だが、聞いてくれるか？
まったく、あなたなんて人なの。
That was the first thing she'd said after I finished. Thanks, Maho! Just like last time, it wasn't something that was easy for her to believe. But Maho must have sensed something in the way I spoke because she listened until I finished. She interrupted me whenever there was something she didn't understand. She was especially interested in the time machine and the time leaps. I told her everything I knew about them.
信じてくれるのか？
信じないわけにはいかないでしょ。そんな顔して語られたら。それに実際にこんなものを見せられたら。
Yeah, that's a hell of a piece of evidence right there.
ヒヤジョウさん。
それにこれで納得がいったわ。前から不思議だったのよ。クリスは秋葉原に来てほとんど日を置かないまま死んでしまった。そんな彼女とあなたがそれほどに仲良くなれたということが。特にあの子のあの性格でしょ。そんな期間にそれも男の人と親しくなるなんてよっぽどのことがあったんじゃないかと思っていたのだけど。
So that was it, she whispered to herself.
それであなたは何を気にしているの？
This is good music, also. Like, this is something that I would listen. This is something I'd put on my work playlist. I really should actually just go through the OSTs for the Steins Gate series. Like, the ones that I've played so far. Like, Steins Gate 1, Steins Gate 0. Because, like, I feel like a lot of these tracks would actually be really good in my work playlists. And, I'm sick of hearing the Wobble Dogs and Stardew Valley themes all the fucking time. Because, okay, the start of my work playlist, I was just going through games that I really liked at the time, and at the time, it was when I was, like, getting really into Wobble Dogs. So a good chunk of the OST is at, like, the start of that playlist. And the issue is that YouTube took away the funny button that lets you just, like, immediately shuffle a playlist on mobile. They just decided, yeah, mobile users, you guys don't need this anymore, right? We can keep this for just the desktop PC users. And it sucks. It's awful. It's like, I like that they now added in a thing where you can, like, sort playlists by, like, from, like, earliest uploaded to latest uploaded to, like, newest added to latest added and vice versa. It's cool that they added that. Add back the shuffle feature, please. Please? I always have to hear at least one fucking either Wobble Dogs or Stardew Valley track at the start of that playlist. Please, just let me hit shuffle. And let me listen to other things. I think I have like 100 songs on that playlist, and the first like 30 of them are from those two games. So even when I do shuffle, they show up there a lot. I need I need fresh blood for that playlist so bad. I turned away from her.
岡部さん
俺は俺なんだろうか。
どういうこと？
聞いただろ。今の俺の頭の中にある記憶、それは一度データとなってハードディスクの中に保管されていた記憶だ。いわば人工記憶と言ってもいい。そんな俺は果たして俺自身だと言えるんだろうか。
I feel like I'm just saying yes to a lot of like the fucking philosophical questions, and it makes me think of my favorite post, which I only know of through Psychonauts memes, which is just it's like someone asking like a philosophical question, someone going yes, and then someone replying, man, this philosophy shit is easy. I feel like I'm just doing that to this game. It's like, am I still human even though my memories were digitized? I'm like, yes, this philosophy shit is easy.
生きている。そう言えるんだろうか。
There was blood running through my body. What was in my head had been changed into zeros and ones. I mean, you did that before with the time leap machine. This was never a problem before now, Okabe. Didn't that make me no different than Amadeus?
なんだ、そんなことで悩んでたの？バカバカしい。
Maho is also like, this philosophy shit is easy. It was converted, then converted back. Surely it's fine. Exactly, it's no different. You didn't go through Google Translate 30 times, Okabe. Like, you're still normal. But Maho just laughed at my worries.
あなたは哲学的ゾンビって知ってる？
Yeah, it's like a part of solipsism, isn't it? Philosophical zombie. A thought experiment proposed by philosopher David Chalmers to explain qualia. Qualia are individual sensory experiences like red, a good smell, or sweet. A philosophical zombie is someone whose external experience, internal structure, and words and actions mirror humans, but who lacks these qualia. In this case, we would be unable to distinguish between philosophical zombies and ordinary humans. Which kind of ties into like the recent trend of like referring to people as NPCs, which admittedly I'm not the biggest fan of. Like, I feel like the second that you're like, yeah, some of the people around me aren't really humans, it's like, reconsider that stance maybe. Maybe reconsider that for a second, buddy.
確か思考実験の一つだろう。姿形から行動に至るまで人間そっくりだが、意識や感情が結合している存在は客観的に人間と区別ができるのかどうかという。
I hesitated a little as I answered her sudden question.
ま、大体合っているわね。
She nodded, satisfied like a teacher would do.
じゃあ仮にここに人間そっくりの外見をした人工知能が存在するとするわよ。人間と同じように振る舞い、同じように行動する。誰かが困っていれば手を差し伸ばし、悲しい時には涙する。これは決められたプロセスなのかもしれないけれど、でもそれは人間だって同じ。個人個人で定められたプロセスに従って考えて反応する。
You're having desert pretzels right now? Hell yeah. Or dessert? Not desert. That's a different thing. That's a different word that means a different thing.
私たちはそのプロセスを意識や感情という言葉に置き換えているだけじゃないかしら。
I thought I understood what Maho was trying to say.
つまり AI にだって感情はあると。
少なくとも私たち科学者はそういうものを作り出すために日々研究を重ねているつもりよ。
She puffed out her chest with pride.
じゃあ岡部さん、あなたは感情を持った AI は人ではないと思う？
Honestly, I wish that AI in real life was as cool as AI in media, because, like, I just, I don't know. Maybe I'm being, well, I don't know. I don't know how to properly word my thoughts on this. I'm just gonna move on. Surely it'll get there. Yeah, it's just, I wish that it was there now. Although then again, it would probably make people's feelings about AI even more complicated. And it's like, I have some complicated, like, thoughts and feelings about AI. Just because on one hand, it's like the tech is really cool. And it could be done, it could be used for some really, really, really good things. I don't like how it's started to put so many people out of a job. Like, that's actually why I was going to see an employment specialist. Well, like the thing that I was talking about at the start of the stream. Was because it's like, I am considering going back to school. And the thing is, though, is that so many fields people are predicting are going to be replaced with AI. I don't want to go into a 2 or 3 year program at most, and then get out of it and still not be able to find a good job. Like, I don't want to go through all the work of going to school for something if I'm not going to be able to find something in my field anyways. And considering how many fields are, like, they're speculating will be replaced with AI, it's like, from what I've seen in my own research, it's like my only options are go into the trades or do like some kind of manual labor thing. And it's like, I would prefer to do neither of those. I have no interest in any of that. I would like to have a job that I'm at least kind of interested in. So that's why I had gone to this employment specialist, and they told me over the phone, yeah, we can totally tell you all about this. Like, we'll definitely give you all the information you need. The trades would be a very good call for consistent employment. It would. But the thing is, my last job was one that I really, really did not like. And I realized at that job, because it felt so soul-sucking to me, I was no longer making progress on any of my life goals outside of saving for a house. And it's like, someday I'm gonna have that house. Like, that's actually probably the life goal that I'm closest to having at this point. And meanwhile, with the others, I've made, like, zero fucking progress. I mean, I've made progress. I'm being a little harsh on myself here, but it's also like, hey, I have this one big thing I want to do with my life. Haven't made, like, I started working on this in, like, 2013. I'm still nowhere close to actually being through with it. So I want a job that I can at least still have the energy to work on this thing afterwards. And I don't think I would have that with the trades or with manual labor, so that's why it's like, gotta go to this employment center and ask them about it, because they told me over the phone, yeah, we're gonna give you all that information, come in next Wednesday, it'll be fine. And then, like, I get in there and they're like, oh yes, actually, this is just to take your personal information. We're gonna give you the next appointment, almost 2 months away. And then we'll tell you the information you need. It's like, oh, this couldn't have been a phone call? Like, yeah, exactly. And the worst part is that I probably would have done way better at my job interview that morning if it weren't for the fact that I had this appointment hanging over me. Yes, it's the textbook. And also, you want to know the worst part? You want to know the worst fucking part? So at the end of the appointment, the guy told me, like, the end of my sort of like intake appointment, quote unquote, told me, oh yes, we can absolutely do like virtual appointments. That's completely fine. And I was like, yes, I would prefer to do virtual appointments if you can like put that on my file. They get me the email because they were like, yeah, we'll get back to you with like your appointment. And I'm like, okay. They send me the email. They're like, yeah, we want you here at this location that's all the way across the city at 9 a.m. You have to be in person. It's an in-person appointment. You can't do it virtually. It's like, what the fuck, guys? Why? Come on. I just want to know what I should go to school for. I literally just want to know, okay, in this area, what jobs will be needed closer to 2030? like, it's so frustrating. Because, yeah, like, I had, that thing was sandwiched in between a job interview and going to stay with my grandmother after surgery. I had enough going on that day already, and if I had known that it wasn't going to help at all, I would have canceled the appointment and probably would have done better on the job interview. Yeah, exactly. It's like closer to 2030, because, I mean, hopefully, like, the hope is that I would get this job and it would last more than, like, a couple years. Because that's the experience that I've had so far in the workplace, and I would really like that to change. I just want to find a job that I'm halfway decent with, and that lets me do the shit that I want to on my own time without being unemployed every 1 or 2 years. I'm very sick of the job hunting process. Anyways, we've been on this screen for a long fucking time. Let's actually read Steins Gate. If they looked just like a person and thought just like them and had feelings too, they were a person.
Yeah.
Exactly.
でしょ？そもそも個人を個人たらしめているのは記憶よ。その人が生まれ経験したこと、感じたもの、その集合体が人間なの。だから岡部倫太郎、たとえ一度データになっていても、あなたの記憶と体を持つあなたは紛れもなく人間、岡部倫太郎よ。心配いらない。
ヒアジョーさん。
だいたいクリスの作り出したっていうそのタイムリープマシンだって記憶を一度データ化して還元するものなんでしょ？だったら今さら思い悩むだけ無駄だと思わない？
That was what Daru had told me in the future, too. But strangely, when she said it, it made me feel better.
こういう時クリスならもっと的確なことを言えたのかもしれないけど。
いや、そんなことないよ。十分だ。
Maho had given her opinion as a brain scientist that I was still me. There was a strength in her words, just like there had been in Kurisu's when she'd driven me forward. I remembered what Maho had said before.
あなたは天才で、所詮私はサリエリだったってことよ。
She'd been speaking to the memories of Kurisu inside Kagari. But
ヒアジョーさん、君はサリエリなんかじゃない。立派なアマデウスだ。
what a good fucking moment. That was really good. That's right. I'm here, right now. I'm alive and here in this time, not in that cold sea of black data. I'm here in this time. A light came on in the darkness. My cold heart began to warm. But Kurisu, she was still trapped inside that world. Inside that sterile, lifeless world that froze you to the depths of your soul. Even after her death, her memories were still alive. And there were all kinds of conspiracies forming around her living memories. Even after she lost her body, Kurisu's pain continued. No, it wasn't just Kurisu. Kagari and Suzuha, and in the future, Mayuri, Faris, Lukako, and Daru too. Everyone was suffering. Everyone was miserable, but still they tried to move forward. All I had cared about was whether Mayuri survived. I thought that even if the Third World War came, no matter what happened to the world, as long as Mayuri was happy, that was all that mattered. I tried to think that. I thought that no matter how much blood and tears awaited us in the future, as long as things were fine now, that was all that mattered. I thought I'd understood. I thought I'd understood how awful the future that Suzuha described was, and how hard Daru and Suzuha would have to fight. I thought I understood all that. Ugh, I have a really bad habit of sitting on my leg whenever I'm, like, at my computer desk. And I keep doing it, and it sucks. I need to get better posture. I'm 26. I need to worry about these things now. Suzuha firing her gun and staining her hands with blood like it was nothing at all. Mayuri and Ferris, pale and colorless. Lukako lying on the ground and never getting up again. Kagari and the others whose lives were ruined by fate. I'd seen them with my own eyes and touched them with my own hands, and then I finally understood. Oh, how age comes for us, woe is us! I'd been only pretending to know so I could run away. I told myself that I was going to die in 2025 and looked the other way. 2025. I wasn't dead. Everyone just thought so. Everyone had been deceived. That's right, deceived. Me in the past, and everyone else in the future. The world was deceived. I thought the future was settled. But a different future awaited me.
シュタインズゲート世界線への道は険しい。一度や二度やり直したところでたどり着ける道ではないだろう。けれどまずはそこから始めることがシュタインズゲートへとつながるんじゃないか。11年前オカリンはそう言ってた。だからさ、僕たちがいるこの世界も無駄じゃない。きっと必要な世界なんだ。少なくとも今の僕はそう思ってる。
I had no way of knowing what would make me say that 14 years from now. All I knew was that 14 years from now, I would know this day was coming. So maybe I should do what I said. If that future in 2036 was necessary, then maybe a world where Kurisu was released from her electronic prison was necessary too. No matter how hard the path would be, I had to take the first step. And what I needed right now was that first step.
ヒアジョーさん、
何？
アメリカに帰る前にもう少し付き合ってもらえるか。
そうね。条件が2つあるわ。
条件？
一つはこのタイムマシンを調べさせてほしいってこと。
もう一つは
あなたのことオカリンさんって呼ばせてもらう。あなたは私をマホって呼びなさい。
Alright, alright. Seems fair, seems fair.
悪くない条件だと思うけど。
There was an innocent smile on her face, the likes of which I'd never seen before.
わかった。マホ。
Cute!
よろしく、オカリンさん。
Cute! When she put her small hand against mine, I felt a solid warmth.
どうしたんだにゃ、オカリン。一度帰った後にわざわざ呼び出すにゃんて。
そうだよ。僕なんてそれほど近いわけじゃないんだからさ。話があるなら帰る前に言ってほしかったのだぜ。
I'd called all the lab members back after they'd left to go home, and they weren't happy.
それで、お話って何かな、オカリン。LINE や電話じゃダメなお話ですか？
ああ。その前に、鈴葉。
何？
一つ聞きたい。お前は俺のことをどう思っている？
どうとは？
Bit of a weird question to start this with.
まさか。
He's not hitting on her, dude, I promise!
いくらオカリンでも鈴葉はあげらんないよ。お父さんは認めません。ダメ、絶対。
Don't call yourself daddy! Don't call yourself daddy! Please don't do that! I ignored Daru, who seemed to have gotten the wrong idea completely. He sure fucking did, and turned back towards
お
Suzuha.
前はこの半年、俺のことを見ていたはずだ。
The perfect icebreaker.
その上で、心の中ではどう思っていた？ 率直な言葉を聞かせてほしい。
言っていいのか？
Not a great response. Wait, why am I frozen? Why am I frozen? Just a second. Do 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 do. Where did my webcam go? What the hell? There we go! And we're back. Yeah, I don't know what happened there. My camera just completely froze. And nothing I did would get it to turn off. So I don't know what was up with that. But, I unplugged it, plugged it back in, and now it's working just fine. Which is great because I thought for a split second that I was gonna have to go and, like, set up Fujitech and do the PNG tuber thing. I'm really glad that I don't have to set that up again, because I don't know. It's been a while since I've used Fujitech or any kind of, like, PNG tuber thing. So, I'm glad I get to stick with what I know.
あ
正直言うと腹が立ってしょうがなかった。
Fair. I mean, he did that more to me in the first game. Yeah, that was honest. I chuckled.
私や父さんやまゆ姉さんだけじゃない。ルミ姉さんもルカ兄さんもカガリも。未来の世界ではみんな辛い思いをしている。明日は生きているかどうかもわからない。母さんみたいに無残に殺されてしまうかもしれない。そんな世界で必死になって生きてるんだ。それなのに弱音ばかり吐いて自分ばかりが辛いようなことを言って。
Once she started talking, she didn't stop. This must have been building up for a long time.
もちろんオカリンおじさんが辛い経験をしてきたことは知ってる。何度も苦しい目にあってそれで立ち上がれなくなったことだって知ってる。それでも私たちにはオカリンおじさんしか頼れる人がいないんだ。
She looked down, clenched her fists, and grit her teeth.
私や父さんに代わりが務まるのならどんなことでもやる。どんな辛い思いをしようがどんな苦しみが待ち構えていようがそれでも何だってやる。
鈴葉。
だけど私たちじゃどうしようも
Made a
できない
green
か
tea?
ら。
Hell yeah.
オカリンおじさんじゃなければどうにもできないから。
Yeah, I'm drinking some nice Earl Grey tea with a little bit of milk. You know, I was thinking, like, as I was getting it microwaved, it's like, I understand why people don't like the winter. Like, it gets dark really fast, and the roads are dangerous, and sometimes just being outside is dangerous. But at the same time, I really do like the time of year where I can drink a nice mug of tea and not feel like I'm gonna sweat out of my skin. I like... It's becoming my favorite season now. Yeah, fair enough, because it's finally cold enough that you can, like, do and, like, eat a lot of things. Like, I know that for a while, if I cooked anything in my oven, my apartment would get too hot because... I mean, I'm kind of interrupting the flow of this here, but I'm just gonna go on a very, very brief tangent. So, last year, I didn't take my air conditioner out of the window. I have a standing one with, like, a tube. I didn't take it out of the window because it was so warm, and I was like, well, fuck it, whatever. Like, save myself the trouble, save my family members the trouble of, like, putting that back in for me, and also, like, this way I'm not wasting as much duct tape, this and that. And then a squirrel decided to try living in the tube, and absolutely shredded it, ruined it completely. So I was like, okay, this year, I'm gonna be very, 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 very responsible. Yeah, it fucking sucked. And the worst part is, I feel like I've talked about this on stream before, so if you're, like, if whoever is watching this right now is, like, binge watching, like, a bunch of VODs, you may have already heard this story. But, yeah, so the squirrel thing happened on a Sunday where my parents had just been to my apartment, and they were helping me with, like, something else, and then they also had dinner and whatever. And so I didn't notice the squirrel until about 2 or 3 hours after they were gone. So I had to sort that shit out myself. I had to figure out how to get this fucking squirrel out of my apartment all by myself. It was horrible timing, because if I had noticed just a couple hours sooner, like, my parents could have fucking helped me with this. No. Yeah, okay, so with the tube, it, like, because it was still in the wall. It was like a really long tube. I think it was originally supposed to be for like a dryer, because my old tube, like the one that originally came with my fucking air conditioner, it got like all brittle and busted and shit. So I had to figure out how to like maneuver this long ass fucking tube that the squirrel was inside of, that the squirrel had made holes in that were big enough for the squirrel to get out of. And of course, I don't know what fucking diseases this thing might have. I don't know if it might be rabid. So I'm like, oh shit, oh fuck, oh goddamn. Because it's like, normally I wouldn't worry too much about that with squirrels, but it's like, we get a lot of raccoons in my city, and I know the raccoons are a big vector for rabies. Same with bats. We have a bunch of those too. So, yeah, as I was trying, because originally my plan was, okay, I'm going to take one part of the tube out of the plastic thing that sits in the wall, and I'm going to put the end of it in a bag, and I'm going to grab, like, the other end of the tube, and I'm just going to, like, jostle it so the squirrel runs in there. The squirrel ran out one of the holes that it had made in the side of the tube. And now, fortunately, Vesta was a huge help. Vesta, like, I think at first it tried to hide under my bed, but Vesta was under there in an instant. It ran into my living room. It was like jumping up on this like china cabinet that I had, and I'm like, oh fuck, oh shit, god damn it. Oh god, how am I gonna get this thing out of here? I don't want to touch it with my hands because I don't want to get bit. I don't want to have to go to the emergency room today. Because like, even if it's not rabid, you still have to do that just in case. And I know that, like, most of the emergency rooms in my city, it's like, yeah, if I go there at, like, 8 o'clock at night, I'm gonna be there until 3 in the morning, and I have work tomorrow. So, but either way, eventually I was like, oh, fuck, wait. It's in eyesight of my balcony door. So I just opened the balcony door, and then, like, yelled at the squirrel until it ran out. And, now I have a little grate in front of the hole that goes, like, that's like the exhaust port for my air conditioner. Words are powerful, and also they probably made my neighbors a little bit scared of me. It's like, I don't know if you guys have heard Vinesauce Joel's, like, anti-alien alarm. I was yelling that type of shit. It's like, go! Get out of here! Get out! No squirrels in my fucking apartment! It was shit like that. But anyway, so because this happened last year, this was a whole fucking rigmarole, February of this year, actually, I was like, okay, I'm gonna take out my air conditioner early. I'm gonna take it out, like, end of October. That's a logical time to take an air conditioner out of the window in Canada, you would think. And then in multiple weeks in November, it got to, like, plus 20, if I remember correctly. And the thing is, my apartment is old. And old buildings in Canada keep in heat like a motherfucker. So, yeah, I am really appreciating any season where it's cold. You took your AC out in, like, November? Yeah, it's like, from now on, I'm gonna start keeping my AC in until it's like, okay, more often than not, we are going to get days that are -1 Celsius. Like, from now on, it's staying in until it is no longer, like, there's no longer any chance of it being plus 10, at minimum. Because I can handle cold much better than I can handle heat. Anyways, this has been a long-ass tangent. But weather forecast is your friend? I mean, it is, but the thing is that I can't predict, like, a couple weeks down the road. Because, like, those weather forecasts are also, like, not always the most accurate. Like I was mentioning before, whenever I went to go and stay with my grandma, the Monday night that me and my brother went back up because he had come down for the weekend. He had to work the week, but he came down for the weekend just to kind of hang out with friends and also stay with my grandma for a bit. The forecast told us that it wasn't gonna start, like, freezing rain until around 1 a.m. in the morning the next day. So we were like, okay, cool. We're going to stay at my grandma's until like 3 in the afternoon, 3:30, maybe 4. We're going to go to my parents' house. We'd get to see my mom and dad for a bit. And then we would go back. We would go back to where we both live. We get a call from our mom at like 2:45, and she's like, hey, you might want to get a move on. The freezing rain has started. And we were like, oh shit. All right. Like, there was legitimate discussion about whether or not we would have to stay an extra night, and my brother would have to call in sick at work the next day. Because we trusted the fucking weather forecast. And we had checked it that morning to be safe, and it still said, yeah, it's not going to start until 1 a.m. It's not going to start until 1 a.m. You don't trust them. And I mean, hell, I've looked at weather forecasts that were like, oh yeah, it's gonna stay like -1, -2. And then like by the time the next week happens, it's like, hey, actually, this day this week is gonna be +7. And it's like, all right, sure. That's not what you were saying last week, but whatever, okay. Oh well. I feel like it's just hard to predict anything nowadays. It's like I predicted that, like, we would actually have, like, a proper winter this year, and yet, like, all of the snow is melted. It was, like, +4 today. Like, you can't predict anything. She suddenly looked up, and I could see on her face all the complicated feelings she'd been holding back.
それなのにおじさんと来たら、無理だとかできないとか、勘弁してくれとか、そんな弱音ばかりで、話を聞いてくれようとさえしない。
Here's one joke. Why did the coffee shop close for the day? Because a storm was brewing. Nice.
父さんの手前だから言わなかったけど、私はそんなおじさんの態度にずっと腹が立ってた。本当にぶん殴ってやりたいくらいだったよ。
It probably felt good to get that off her chest.
スザ、何もそこ
Sitting on
ま
my
で
leg
言わ
again.
んでも。
そうだにゃ。オカリンだって分かってるんだにゃ。
I did understand, yeah. I understood that something had to be done.
だったらそうしてもらおうか。
そうするとは。
殴りたかったんだろう。だったら殴ってみればいい。
Is this a good idea?
でも
Suzuha is extremely fucking strong, dude. This is gonna hurt.
遠慮はいらない。
All right. All right.
すずさん、やめて。オカリンは。
いいんだ、まゆり。
This was my way of settling things. With Suzuha. With the future. And with myself.
オカリンさん。
もしかして、そういう性癖だったら止めんけど。
Thanks for your input, Daru.
本当にいいんだな。
Suzuha took a step towards me.
ああ。
I was ready.
じゃあ、本気で行く。
It sure will.
あ、いや、待て。
You didn't
少しは
think this
手加減
through.
を。
You didn't think this through.
せい。
ハグボア。
I told you, man. She hit me hard enough to knock me across the room. Jesus Christ, Suzuha.
悪かった。少し力が入りすぎた。
You're gonna break this man's ribs before he can do anything.
今すごい音したわよ。
You broke this man's ribs before he could do anything!
大丈夫オカリ
Everyone ran over and looked down at me. Yeah, that hurt a lot. It sounded like it did. It probably did more damage to my brain than reading Steiner or the time leaps. But...
Okabe-san.
You woke me up. Now I just had to do what I could.
Oka-rin?
She knocked the screw loose!
もしかして、今日
Hell yeah! Hell yeah!
違うぞ、まゆり。
He's back!
法王院、京馬だ。
Our dipshit is back!
京馬さん。
そうだ。我が名は法王院
Return
京馬。
Return of the King! I really hope that worked.
ラボメンナンバー001、このラボの創設者にして混沌を望み世界の支配構造を覆すマッドサイエンティストフローイン・キャーナだ。
Hell yeah, dude!
ルカコ、
はい。
白衣を持て。
はい。京馬さん。京馬が復活したにゃー。
I love how everyone's hyped except for Suzuha, who's probably like, what the fuck is this guy talking about? Because I don't think she's seen him in Kyoma form yet.
父さん。
I was right.
やったな、鈴葉。ようやくオカリンがやる気になったのだぜ。
京馬さん、どうぞ。
うむ。
I put my lab coat on for the first time in a very long time. It had been sitting on the shelf in the back for so long that it smelled a little moldy. I'm gonna give that a nice little spritz of Febreze.
これだ。
Yeah, the stupid pose!
我が聖なる
I need
白
to
金
stop
の
being so
鎧。
loud. It's 8 p.m. on a fucking Wednesday.
法王院京馬は復活した。長い眠りから蘇ったのだ。へえ。
Kagari and Maho were seeing Kyoma Hoyoin for the first time, and they were shocked into silence. As anyone would be, I think.
なんなの？殴られたショックでおかしくなったの？
No, to Okabe, this is normal. He's like the Joker that way.
思い出した。
I hate that I said that. What do you mean you remember now?
法王院京馬。ママがいつも言ってた名前。いつかきっと法王院京馬が復活して私たちの未来を照らしてくれるって。いや、ちょっとついていけないんですけど。
Yeah, Maho's just like, what the fuck? What the fuck kind of situation did I end up in the course of a single month?
おい、そこのロリッコ。
Don't call her that! I am alive. Hi, Acid Grid. Went dormant for a bit because of work, and then I had to go dormant again for another couple of weeks because of job interviews. But I'm back. And I have been back for a little bit. I think ever since a little after Halloween. Yeah, because I played fucking Dreadweight. So yeah, it's like if you want to catch up on some VODs, you got some content, buddy.
お前だお前。
もしかして私のことを言ってるんじゃないでしょうね。
What's a coffee's favorite karaoke song? Hit me with your best shot. Nice one.
この間にロリこといえばお前しかいないだろう。
Please don't call her that! Okabe, for the first time, I might end up using Punchachuni.
誰がロリっ子よ、誰が。
貴様にはラボメンナンバー009の栄誉を与える。以後この法音共和の手足と俺たちのオペレーションに参加するがいい。
The hell's a lolly? I wish I was you. I wish I didn't know. So I don't know how to properly word this. It's basically a little girl in anime who is sexualized. And yeah, it's just like, it's a fan term for basically a younger character in an anime, typically who looks like a little girl, who often is sexualized. That's why I'm like, please don't call him that. A young or young-looking girl character in a Japanese anime and manga. Okay, if that's all that it refers to, then that's good. I have only ever heard of that word in like some sort of sexual context, which is why I don't like it. I do not like that. But if that is all it refers to, then that's good. It's just it's got certain implications.
なんで私があなたの手足にならなきゃいけないのよ。それにそのラボメンナンバーって何？
名前の通り、このラボの正式メンバーに選ばれた証だ。光栄に思うがいい。
According to Wikipedia, that's all it means? Okay, cool. Okay, cool. Like I said, I've never actually seen the actual definition, but I've only heard it used in that kinds of context.
光栄にって。
それから椎名係。
How's the ring? I don't know what you mean by this acid grin. I'm sorry.
貴様もラボメンナンバー010だ。わかったな。
The text box logo. Oh yeah. Man, I forgot that was a bit that we did sometimes with like the first Steins Gate streams. The ring's doing okay, I think.
ちょっと、今日まフェイリスたちはラボメンにはしてくれないのかにゃ？
Paris and Lukaku seemed upset. Come to think of it, I'd made them lab members in the Alpha World lab, but not this one.
言っていなかった。もちろんお前たちはすでにラボメンだ。ルカコは006。フェイリスは007。そして鈴葉は008。いいな。
やったにゃん。よくわからないけど、了解した。
He's been struggling ever since his wife Amulet broke up with him. No! Poor Ring! Hopefully he's feeling better after seeing this cool scene.
なあオカリン、それおかしくね？それじゃあ004と005が不在じゃん。その2つには戦略があるんだな。
Yep, for Kurisu and Moeka. To be honest, I didn't like the idea of leaving Moeka as an official lab member. But in order to reach a future where that could be true, I would have to face the past right now. That was my decision.
では全員が揃ったところで改めて宣言する。本日2011年1月31日をもって新たなるオペレーションを発動する。目的は予定された未来の粉砕、
世界の未来そのものを覆すこと。それが俺たちの目的だ。いいな。
Hell yeah.
俺だ。
Oh, he's doing this again! Yay!
これより俺たちは新たなるオペレーションを実行に移す。未来の俺は言った。いくつもの未来のその先にシュタインズゲートは待っていると。これから導く未来がたとえ茨の道だとしてもきっと無駄なものではないはずだ。分かっている。俺たちの目指す扉、そこにたどり着くには途方もない時間がかかるだろう。いかなる機関が俺たちを阻止せんと立ちふさがるかもしれない。それでも俺は何度だってやり直してやるさ。健闘を祈ってくれ。エルブサイコンガロー。
There's been a lot of yelling this stream. I'm sorry. Maho's like, oh god, he actually did fucking lose it. I didn't realize, because with the fade to black, I thought that this was later. I thought everyone had left. You really aren't beating the insane allegations. After I finished my phone call, I realized that everyone was staring at me. Please don't look at me that way. I'm embarrassed. Well, at least you're self-aware, I guess. He's evolved. He's evolved into the final form of Chuni. A self-aware Chuni.
何それ。
これはいわばそう儀式のようなものだ。
儀式ね。
I'd say this is more like a ritual. Yes, this was a ceremony. Ceremony to stop my fears from getting the best of me again.
まさかオカリンさん、あなたクリス相手にもそんな態度だったんじゃないでしょうね。
Oh, he sure fucking did!
岡部ではない。今日まだ。
ふざけているの？
マホタン、あんま突っ込むのやめてあげて。オカリンもまだ模索してる最中だから。
そっか、これが法王院京馬さんなんだね。そうだよ、狂気のマッドサイエンティストさんなのです。
A little redundant, but alright.
いにしえのアルケミストの生まれ変わりでもあるのにゃ。
Wait, that's not. Wait, we have Amadeus on our phone again. Huh? No, this is just what he was like through most of the first game. What? Is this gonna happen every time I hit 1 again? Is this gonna happen again? Alright, alchemy! Let's learn about alchemy! For everyone who didn't watch Full Metal Alchemist. Like myself. Trumpet keybind. Yeah, my funny button that just plays the Price is Right theme song, sometimes it just turns on randomly. Actually, now that I think about it, I just got a new keyboard not long ago that actually has like a numpad on it. I should really rebind all my shit to just be on the numpad. Alright, alchemy. In fiction and conspiracy theories, a technology that allows for any kind of material, even the human body and soul, to be changed into any other. However, the principle of equivalent exchange must be observed. Real alchemists existed in medieval Europe, where they tried to use chemical methods to create precious metals. The techniques they developed would become the foundation of modern chemistry. I do need to see Full Metal Alchemist. I watched a little bit of, like... Oh, I remember also why I hit 1. I wanted to save. Only played a translated ROM of a GBA game. That's a hell of an introduction to Full Metal Alchemist. But yeah, I watched, I think, like, the first 10 or so episodes of the 2003 Full Metal Alchemist. I had them all downloaded on my old laptop. That laptop is now very, very dead. And those downloaded video files are very, very gone. What happens if I hit Amadeus? I can't right now. Okay, I saved for nothing. That's alright. The game sucked, aw damn.
精神三魔流の師範でもあるんですよ。
Yeah.
すごい。
Maho really is just like the only normal person here.
ダメだ、父さん。私、ついていけない。
I'd count Suzuha in that too, but like, she's from the future. She is not normal. Please don't stare at me like that. It's breaking my heart.
それで、具体的にはどうするつもりなの？
I don't know who any of these people are. Okay. I would highly recommend, if you don't want to play Steins Gate for yourself, which I would highly recommend, to be honest, like, I'd highly recommend going through the story yourself. We are currently playing the sequel, so that explains why it's confusing. But, if you don't want to do that, I do have, pretty much all the VODs still up from my original playthrough of Steins Gate. That was back from, like, 2022, I think? Yeah, I think 2022 was the year that I did a lot of Steins Gate stuff. So, yeah, like, you can go and check those out if you wanna. If it's the sequel, why is it called Zero? Because time travel sure is a thing. I can't explain it without literally spoiling the end of Steins Gate. Honestly, like, I have mentioned a few things, like, since you joined, that are just straight up spoilers for the first game, and I'm sorry. Also, I don't know how to fucking explain the plot of this game so far. Because basically, something at the end of the original Steins Gate, really fucked Okabe up for a little bit. He was like, okay, no time travel. Fuck time travel. All my homies hate time travel. I'm just gonna be normal. And then he met Maho, who's the black-haired lady. Also, like, all of the characters, like Mayuri, Luca, Faris, Daru, they're all, like, pre-existing friends of Okabe's. Maho, he met at, like, a conference, who introduced him to the Amadeus system. Kagari is a girl from the future. Suzuha is from the future. They came back in time, because the future's fucked up. That's basically all you have to know. While you explain, I'll come up with names for the hair eyeballs. They're all just a part of me. They don't have to have separate names. Like those, that's literally just a body part. I don't give my hands different names.
まず最初に言っておくが、俺たちが最終的に目指すのは第三次世界大戦の起こらない未来だ。
Just like I told myself a second ago, I didn't expect to get the world line that we wanted. I didn't expect to get to the world line we wanted, the Steins Gate world line, immediately. Just like I had to build up to the beta world line little by little, I'd have to go through my many pasts and many futures. And to do that, I first had to write this world line's future. This world had lost Kurisu, and the price for that was dire indeed. But I wouldn't let the future that awaited us be so full of suffering and pain. I wouldn't let it happen. Everything had to begin with that, even if the future before us would end up never having happened at all. That was my responsibility since I had chosen this world.
このベータ世界線においても、俺が 何度か世界線の変動を経験してきたことは説明したな。まずはその原因を取り除かなければならない。
原因って何なのにゃ？
マキセ・クリスのノート PC とハードディスク、そしてアマデウスに残るクリスの記憶。
I feel like my camera just did a little glitch. I really hope it doesn't just turn off on me again. I'll be really pissed off if that happens. The time machine paper contained on the hard drive, and all of her memories relating to it. All of those world line changes. It was safe to assume that they'd been caused by Stratfor and the others fighting over them.
故にクリスのノート PC とハードディスクの破棄、並びにクリスの記憶のデータを消去すること、これが今回のオペレーションの最終目的となる。
クリスのデータを消去？そんな本気なの？
ああ。
でもあの記憶はクリスが生きていた証なのよ。あの子がこの世界で私たちと同じ時間を過ごしたっていう証拠なのよ。
It's like the clown penguin. Hey, that little guy's cute.
私は消去なんてしてほしくない。
I knew how she felt. Until a few days ago, I would have agreed.
だったら君はクリスの記憶が悪用されてもいいというのか？
それは
俺たちのいるこの世界線に至るまでのいくつかの過去において、あいつの記憶は争いの種になってきた。それに多くの人間が巻き込まれている。そこにいるカガリだってそうだ。
What happened to Kagari in the past several years? That probably hadn't changed in this world line. Which meant that was just another tragedy caused by the Pandora's box that was Kurisu's memories. Really? Ah! Why this? Is this gonna happen every time? Alright, Pandora's box. A box given to mankind by the gods in Greek mythology. We were told never to open it, but a girl named Pandora let her curiosity get the better of her and opened it anyways. The box was filled with disasters, all of which were unleashed upon the world. It said that the one thing that remains in the box was hope. Okay, so hitting one does just do this now. So if I... Okay, I hit the hotkey again, because the hotkey for this is actually supposed to be me holding both 1 and 5 at the same time. So if I hit 1 again, I think I fixed it. I think we're good. Awesome. You make it 5 plus 1. That's what I tried to do though, and it just like voice mod pretty much like auto corrected it to be 1 plus 5. So I don't know, man. I don't know.
So それに俺は一度データの中の世界を経験して知った。あの世界の冷たさをな。
Also, I'm probably just gonna, like I said, I'm gonna just move all my hotkeys for my soundboard to my numpad, because I don't use that thing ever. Open Pandora's box, Price is Right music starts playing! That's right, I knew. I knew how cold that world was. It was a world inside a tiny box with no past, present, or future.
それほどまでに暗く冷たい世界にずっとクリスを閉じ込めておいて、君は平気なのか？
That is also true life.
それにあいつが生きていたという証は俺たち自身のここにある。
I put my finger to my head.
俺たちが覚えていること、そしてその上で第三次世界大戦の起きない平穏な世界へと導くこと、それこそがあいつが生きていた証拠になるんじゃないのか。
Maho fell silent as the whole group turned towards her.
陳腐なセリフね。それこそクリスが聞いていたら笑われるわよ。
だろう
Yeah.
だけど
Glad we're in agreement.
陳腐だと思えることにほど真実はあるのかもしれないわね。
Maho's dark frown became a smile.
あなたに従うわ。
ありがとう。
ダル、クリスの PC とハードディスクはお前が持っているんだよな。
うん、マホタンから預かって簡単には見つからんところに隠してる。
それはアマデウスの件が終わったらすぐに破棄してくれ。
本当にいいん？
He looked back at Maho, and this time she nodded.
ええ。でもそれは私にやらせて。
OK。
The problem now was Amadeus.
マホ、アマデウスのあるサーバーにアクセスできるか？
ええ、できるはずよ。橋田さん、ちょっと PC を貸してもらえる？
Wait a sec, though. Wasn't the Amadeus project, like, shut down? That was a whole thing from the last chapter, right?
Eh?
Like, the
Oh,
research into it was
ちょい待ち。
shut down. Like, will she still have access to it? Daru motioned for her to stop with one hand, then started typing something into the keyboard. Different timeline, yeah. Could be.
一応 IP がバレないよう厳重に細工を。OK、どうぞ。
And they got a squeaky ass chair just like I do. Fucking. Maho took over from Daru at the computer.
おかしいわ。アクセスできない。
どういうことだ？
パスワードが間違ってるってことは？
そんなミスするわけないでしょ。今まで何度も入力してきたんだから。
Maho tried the password a few more times, but she still couldn't access the server.
私のアクセス権限自体が停止されちゃってるみたい。どういうことなのこれ。ちょっと教授に電話してみる。
Maho took out her phone and called Dr. Leskinen. She put the phone next to her ear for a moment, then frowned and put it down.
ダメ。繋がらない。
She tried calling Dr. Reyes too, but that didn't work either.
もう、どうなってるのよこれ。
やはりそう簡単にはいかないか。
If Maho's access rights had been taken away, that must have meant someone was about to do something. Which is not a great thing.
別のアプローチ方法を探ってみよう。ビクトル・コンドリア大学のサーバーにハッキングできるか？
Yeah, I was gonna pour myself a little more tea. I've been drinking so much fucking tea this stream. My god. You'd think I was British.
OK、ちょっとやってみる。
簡単に言ってるけど、うちの研究所のセキュリティ結構厳しいわよ。
大丈夫だ。なんたってダルはスーパーハッカーだからな。
それを言うならスーパーハッカーな。
He had broken certain security in just 20 hours. I had absolute faith in him. Daru and Maho were staring at the screen and discussing something. He was probably asking her for details to make his hacking more efficient. I needed to do what I could while I waited. I went back into the development room and opened up a box that had just arrived that day. Mayuri looked over my shoulder into the box.
あー、電子レンジちゃんだ。
唐揚げは解凍しないからな。
残念。みんながお腹空いたらジューシー唐揚げナンバーワンを振る舞ってあげようと思ったのに。
First, I needed to reconstruct the phone wave. After that, I'd have Maho help me make the time leap machine. On my way back from the future, I'd memorized every bit of how it worked, so it didn't take very long.
橋田さん、 あなたすごいわ。
It was about 30 minutes later when I heard Maho's odd voice.
やったのか？
僕にかかればこれくらい朝飯前だぜ。
スーパーハッカーの名は伊達じゃないな。じゃあ早速アマデウスのデータを探してくれ。
待って、今開いて。
I swallowed and looked at the screen as I listened to the mouse click.
ない。
Huh?
アマデウスもクリスの記憶データもあったはずのフォルダからなくなってるわ。
すでに持ち出されたということか。待てよ。
I unlocked my phone and called up the home screen. Amadeus's icon was still there.
なあ、このアプリからアマデウスにアクセスできると思うか？
Typo in the visual novel, get their ass! Maho looked over at my phone.
どうかしら。アマデウスのデータそのものがサーバーに残ってないならさすがに無理なんじゃ。試してみて。どうしたの？
いざ繋がった時のことを考えるとな。慎重にいかないと。
そうね。誰かに見られているかもしれない。
ん？
どうしたダル？
ここ、さらに鍵がかけられてるフォルダがある。
どれ？
Ooh. Maho leaned forward and stared at the monitor.
変ね。こんなフォルダ今までなかったわ。
かなり厳重なセキュリティがかかってるっぽい。さっきのとは比にならんくらい。
アマデウスはそっちに移されたのかしら。でも一体誰が、そんな権限を持っているのはレスキネン教授ぐらいよ。
Fuck. Fuck, is Dr. Leskinen evil? Are we gonna continue the trend of, like, the adults in this series are always, like, part of the conspiracy?
レスキネン教授には裏の顔があったか、あるいは教授の身に何かあったか。
Neither possibility was appealing.
ダル、
That is true, he could have just been
そのフォルダは
kidnapped.
一旦保留だ。次はストラト4のサーバーにハックを仕掛けてくれ。
え？ストラト4ってなんでストラト 4？
おそらく今回の騒動の一端を担っているはずだ。以前ハックしたことがあるから簡単だろう。
つかオカリン、なんでそんなことまで知ってんの？エスパーかよ。
俺を誰だと思っている。狂気のマッドサイエンティストは全てお見通しだ。
Give me a sec, he said, as he typed something else into the computer.
ストラト4のサーバーはと。
I could tell he'd done it once before. This time he got through it a lot faster than it took him to break into the university.
そのアマデウスっつうシステムのデータを探せばいいんだよね。
ちょっと待って。
Maho leaned her tiny body forward again and took the mouse from Daru. She clicked on an icon. The screen filled with some kind of text.
レポートだわ。
She opened several more files, but since they were written in English, we couldn't read them.
これは
一体何のレポートなんだ？
実験よ。ストラト4が行っていた人体実験。
Damn.
人体実験？
Feeling a little bit of deja vu here.
どうやらストラト4は記憶の移植実験を行っていたみたいね。誰かの記憶データを別人に移し定着させる実験をいくつも行っているわ。
Memory transplant experiments. That was...
最初こそ動物を使っていたようだけど、最終的には生身の人間で行われてる。被験者には身寄りのない人を利用したみたい。大人から子供まで人種も様々。
She looked down at the report again.
どうした？まだ何かあるのか？
If it says human is dead, error, I'm gonna lose it.
どうやら彼ら記憶移植に関する新しい実験に着手しようとしてるみたい。
It was safe to assume the experiments had something to do with the time machine. They were trying to force open the black box of Kurisu's memories in order to gain information about the time machine. Even if they couldn't get the password for the laptop from Amadeus, if they could access her memories directly, it would give them everything they needed. It was just like what had been done to Kagari in the Last World Line, but on a more advanced level.
とにかく今はクリスの記憶データを探すのが先決だ。ダル、データはありそうか？
He took the mouse back from Maho and sighed.
いや、ないね。それらしいもんは見当たらない。
What was going on? Hadn't Stratfor stolen the Amadeus data from Victor Condria?
一番怪しいのはやっぱ大学のサーバーじゃね？あのプロテクトがかかってたとこ。
Which meant that they were working without stealing the data. Did they hack it like we did, or... I don't think they did.
どうする？
魔法を信じよう。ダル、侵入できるか？
できるけど、これはちょっと骨が折れると思われ。
どれくらいかかりそうだ？
わからんけど、下手したらまるっと半日以上はかかるかも。
If Daru said so, it must have been really heavily protected.
しかも途中でハッキングかけてるのがバレたら全部おじゃん。
Yeesh. We needed to hack in to get rid of Kurisu's memory data. And until Daru finished, we needed to keep Stratfor distracted. The problem was... how?
アマデウスと通信している最中はこっちの位置情報はどうなるんだ？
全部把握されるわ。当然アマデウスのプログラムを持っている連中にもね。
I thought so.
問題はアマデウスにつながるかどうか。
First, I needed to see if the app even worked anymore. If it did, I had an idea. Can I? Okay. Well, I can open up Rhine.
魔法、一つ無茶な頼みをしていいか？
A full day had passed since the operation began. Daru still hadn't managed to break the lock on that folder. Thankfully, they hadn't detected him yet, but that didn't mean we were safe. While Daru did his work, I finished my own, and then handed the rest off to Maho. My actions might have changed the future already, but we still had to do our jobs. Suzuha had her arms crossed, expression stern. She had been that way for a while. At a glance, she looked calm, but I could see her tapping her arm with her index finger.
おじさん、私たちにできることはないの？
We were finally ready to stop the Third World War. It had to bother her that there was nothing she could do. It had to be stopped as soon as possible, but all she could do now was wait. She was frustrated and on edge. But that was true of everyone else.
もう少しだ。ダルも魔法も頑張ってくれている。
Once Maho completed what I'd asked for, there would be something we could do too.
フェイリス、甘いものとか買ってくるにゃ。疲れた時には甘いものが一番にゃ。あ、それじゃあ僕も。
Just as the two of them stood up, the development room's curtain opened. Maho flinched a little as everyone stared at her, but she quickly smiled. Then she thought better of it and tried to look more serious.
まったく。大変なことをいっぺんに頼まないでよね。
すまん。それで終わったのか？
言われたことは一応ね。
The microwave in the back was connected to a different headset than the one I'd seen last year. It was the same one she'd used to take my memories. That's why she'd been able to finish this in such a short time. A time leap machine. So it was done then. Now, even if I had to time leap from the future, I could go back to 48 hours from now.
それからこっちも。
She offered me a pair of smartphones. These gadgets would be our secret weapons in the upcoming battle. I had Maho make them too. They used a simple AI to create a pseudo-response algorithm that would deceive our opponents.
さすがだな。こんな短時間に AI を作るなんて。
自分で頼んでおいてよく言うわ。
Her face looked exhausted.
アマデウスで使っている音声ソフトがあったから流用して開発期間を短縮したの。それにこれは AI なんて大層な代物じゃない。こんなものでごまかせるのかしら。相手はクリスなのよ。
少しの時間だけでも騙せればそれでいいんだ。ダルのハッキングから連中の目をそらせればそれでいい。
The goal was just to keep Stratfor confused. We didn't need to hold a long conversation. We'd just hook it up for a short time and end the call shortly afterward. It was time to get started. But first... I hit the send button on a message. I'd already typed to Moeka Kiryu. Once it was done, I turned toward the group.
では作戦の概要を説明する。
Suzuha, Mayuri, Faris, Lukako. I offered them the phones that I'd just been given by
4
Maho.
人には2人1組になってもらう。そうしたらこのスマホを持って都内を動き回ってくれ。ペア同士はできるだけ離れた方がいいな。片方の組は中央線沿線、もう片方は山手線沿線ということにしよう。お互いに連絡を取り合いつつ、スマホにインストールされているアマデウスというアプリを立ち上げてくれ。
While Dari was doing his hacking, I'd left Akihabara and tried to contact Amadius from Tokyo Station. And it had worked. Kurisu had responded. I'd cut it off instantly, but I was sure of it. The app was still working. And this plan was going to use it.
立ち上げてどうするの？
アマデウスはマキセ・クリスという人物の記憶をもとに作られた人工知能だ。俺たちは今からそいつを騙す。
That's right. Our goal was to deceive Kurisu. When we contacted Amadius, the enemy would know where we were. My plan was to take advantage of that fact.
アマデウスを立ち上げると同時にもう一つのプログラムが起動する。
もう一つのプログラムってなんだにゃ？そこの S ってマークのあるアイコンをタップしてみてもらえる？これかにゃ。
Faris tapped her phone.
もしもし。
How?
俺だ。
オカリンの声だ。
話しかけてみてくれ。
今日はどうしたんだにゃ？
特に用はないんだ。少し話がしたくなってな。
すごい。
So we're gonna make two chatbots talk to each other. Hell yeah, I've done that on character AI before. What I'd asked Maho to make was a simple program that detected words and phrases in a conversation and replied with set patterns. You could call it an artificial non-intelligence. So like a chatbot.
オカリンさんと私のボット名付けてサリエリよ。
Thanks to the famous movie, Salieri was known as a lesser man with an inferiority complex. But in reality, he was a very talented composer. It felt a bit rude to the real Salieri to give his name to something like this, but there wasn't time to worry about that now.
アマデウスを起動すると俺たちのボットが自動で返事をしてくれるようになっている。
つまり相手に今喋っているのは岡部さんだって思わせるということですか？
Alright, this is a cool moment, I will say. I do have to take another bathroom break. I have been drinking way too much fucking tea. I have, like, a little thermos mug here. I think it holds, like, 1 liter of liquids. And, it's almost empty. I only started drinking that about, like, half an hour into the stream. So, yeah, I'll be back in just a fucking second. Alright, there we go. That is not the chat. I need to pull up the chat. There we go. Alright.
そういうことだ。
Which meant Amadeus would think I was where they were. I would have liked to have more terminals. I would liked to have had more terminals, but since Amadeus needed the cell phone to be registered with its systems, there weren't many I could use. All I had were my phone and Maho's, but for a short time period, it would be enough. Of course, Maho's phone had her own version of Salieri. And then there was the message I'd sent to Moika's Rhine. The plan was for her to spread information indicating that Maho and I had Kurisu's laptop and hard drive. Even if they were doing the memory experiments, they still wouldn't want someone else getting their hands on them. Sooner or later, they'd pick up on that information and come after me with everything they had. Amadeus was in their hands. If Amadeus's location data told them I was there, they would come looking. But we wouldn't be there at all. And then they'd get a call from someplace completely different, and head there. The plan was to keep them occupied with that, and keep their eyes off the server hacking.
以上が今回の任務となる。
I just hope that they don't predict that that's what you're doing. Everyone
く
nodded.
れぐれも言っておくが、アマデウスとの長時間の接触は厳禁だ。それから、アマデウスを切った後は、すぐにその場を移動すること。何かあったら、すぐに連絡をよこすこと。これだけは絶対に守ってくれ。わかったな。
私はどうすればいいのかな。
Kagari raised her hand hesitantly.
君は連中に顔も知られている。ここから動かない方がいい。
でも私だって何か役に立ちたいよ。ママやみんなが頑張ってる中で一人何もできないでいるなんてそんなの嫌だよ。
Well, this was a problem.
お願い、オカリンさん。私にも手伝わせて。
I understood how she felt, but I still couldn't put her in danger.
すまないが。
かがりちゃん、 マユシーがかがりちゃんの分まで頑張るよ。だからオカリンの言う通りにしてね。ママ、わかった。ママがそう言うなら。
That seemed to be good enough for her.
おじさん、かがりには全てが終わるまでどこかに隠れさせておくべきじゃないか。
そうだな。だがどこに？
If we were going to hide her, it would have to be at Lukako's house or Ferris's place.
なんなら僕の隠れ家にでも行く？
隠れ家？お前そんなもの持ってるのか？
I was just about to ask the same thing.
バイト用にいくつかあるんよ。そこでよければどうぞ。
よし、決まりだ。かがりもそれでいいか？
わかった。
The issue was that I couldn't leave Kagari alone.
私にも何かやらせてもらえませんか？
え？
Hi! Hello? I turned around and saw that at some point, Yuki had entered the room.
ユキさん。橋田さんからここの鍵預かっていたので。
She showed us the key in her hand apologetically.
ゆうべ橋田さんに連絡したら、なんだか大変そうだったから、差し入れようと思って持ってきたんだけど。
Ooh, this could be a problem. Wait a minute. Because we're like 90% sure that she's a lady in like the motorcycle suit that kind of like kick-started the bad shit happening. Ruh-roh! She put the key away and then showed us a bag with the logo of a local cake shop on it.
事情はよくわかりませんが、何かできることがあるならと思って。
でもさ、天音氏を巻き込むわけには。
いや、かがりと一緒にいてもらうだけだ。問題ないだろう。
Before, I'd thought that maybe it was Yuki who'd attacked the lab. But looking back, that was wrong. What was it? Okay. If she was the woman in the motorcycle suit, there was no need to do something so elaborate. She could have just used the fact that she was in the same circle as Kagari to invite her somewhere and kidnap her. You know, that's a fair point. I didn't consider that. There was no need to take the risk of attacking the lab.
すまなかった。じゃあ、ユキさんはかがりと一緒にいてくれ。
See, I am also realizing a different thing, which is that they have explained the plan in detail. And in media, that normally means that this plan is gonna go tits up at some point.
すべてが終わるまで、ダルの隠れ家に身を潜めてもらうことになる。場所はダルに聞いてくれ。事情は落ち着いたら教える。
わかりました。
Yuki nodded. Now everything was ready. I looked around at everyone in the lab.
じゃあみんな、あとは手はず通りに。
待ってオカリ。お別れ言わなくていいの？クリスさんに。
Goodbye. Amadeus was an artificial intelligence. She was an artificial being, not Kurisu herself.
ちゃんとお別れして。後悔しないように。
Mayuri handed back the phone I'd just given her. Well, we're not going to open the app, but we can just say
そ
goodbye.
うだな。悪いがここで少し待っていてくれるか。
I left Mayuri and Lukako behind and went to Akihabara Bridge. If I made contact with Amadeus, she'd know where I was. That's why I'd chosen this place. This was the first place I'd let Kurisu see how weak I was, back when everything seemed at its darkest. An advertising van passed by, blaring jaunty opera music at a loud volume that clashed horribly with its flashy paint job. I waited for it to get out of earshot before I tapped the Amadeus icon. She showed herself immediately.
ずいぶんと久しぶりね。
そうだな。
私のことなんて忘れたんだと思ってたわ。
I hadn't forgotten. I could never forget.
いろいろあってな。
How many goodbyes had I said now? I'd said goodbye to her again and again, but I'd never gotten used to it.
それで今日はどうしたの？
君に聞きたいことがあったんだ。
何？またタイムマシンは作れるかって話？冗談。続けて。
もしもだ。もしも自分の命と引き換えに友達の命を救えるとしたら、君ならどうする？
Oh. I see what you're doing here, man.
質問の意図がよくわからないんだが。
答えてほしい。
She must have been able to tell from my words and expression that I was serious, because she took on a serious expression as well.
その友達は大切な人なのよね。
あ
私にはまだやりたいことがたくさんあるわ。やらなければならないこともある。でもそれでももしもその友人や周りの人が幸せになるというのなら、甘んじて受け入れるかもしれない。
Kurisu.
ごめんなさい。実際にそんな目にあったことないし、想像でしかないから確実なことは言えないけど、それでも一人でも私のことを覚えていてくれる人がいるなら、忘れないでいてくれる人がいるなら、とにかく私のことは忘れることは、今日あったこともこれまであったことも、それが私の望みだから。
忘れるものか。
Never.
俺は決して忘れない。
This was a vow. A vow to get me through the time to come.
岡部さん？
つまらないことを聞いて悪かった。
うん、それは構わないけど、何かあったの？
いや、なんでもないんだ。なんでも。それじゃあまたな。
待って。
え？
なんだか二度と会えなくなりそうな、そんな気がして。
Kurisu.
そんなことはないさ。
そうよね。私ったらなんで急にそんな風に思ったんだろう。
会えるさ、必ず。
That's right. This wasn't goodbye forever. I'd see her again. So I won't say goodbye. Not until I see you again.
また。
また。
Hi, Red. Welcome to the stream. Kurisu. I've got no idea how long it will take, but I'm going to reach you. I promise. We went back to Mayuri and Lukako. Or I went back to Mayuri and Lukako and gave them the phone.
お別れは済んだ？
ああ。それじゃあ頼んだぞ。
I watched them disappear into the crowded station and went back to the lab. That van was still playing its loud music as it drove down the street. Is that van gonna have something to do with the fucking conspiracy? 5 hours had passed since the operation had begun. The only sound in the room was of Daru's fingers on the keys.
どうだ、ダル。
今のところ気づかれてはないと思われ。
まだかかりそうか。
早くても3時間くらいは。
I guess it wasn't going to be easy after all. Daru must have been exhausted, but he was still working. Mayuri and the others were sending me regular messages. It's actually funny you're streaming Steins Gate now because I'm back in Italy, and here I have the whole Steins Gate Zero manga that I still need to read. Hell yeah! Mayuri had paired off with Lukako, and Ferris with Suzuha. Since they knew each other so well, they were doing a great job of working together and running around Tokyo. Suzuha had told me that she'd seen shady-looking people several times, and Moeka had sent me a message saying that they'd taken the bait. For now, the operation was succeeding without anyone getting hurt. But I didn't expect it to last forever. I wanted to get Kurisu's memory data deleted as soon as possible, but in the end, my only choice was to rely on Daru.
すまないな、ダル。
それは言わない約束だろ。
I remembered how he looked 25 years in the future. Even in that far distant future, he was still my friend.
オカリンさん、ちょっといい？
Until a little bit ago, Maho had been resting to recover from her exhaustion, but at some point she must have gotten up.
どうした？
これ、見て。
She handed me a stack of papers. It was a printout of Stratfor's report. She must have been looking at it after she'd woken up.
これは？
ストラト4によって被刑者としてリストアップされた人たちの名前よ。
There were rows of names, sexes, and ages, and other information.
ここ。
She pointed her small finger at one of the names. It said, Shina Kagari.
椎名かがり。
彼女、ストラト4のモルモットにされていたんだわ。
Well, there's our confirmation, I guess. Of course, I'd known it was a possibility. That's why they'd been looking for her. And she had Kurisu's memories, too. But still, it was one thing to suspect it and another to see proof.
だけど、最終実験までには至らなかったみたい。その直前に脱走したと書かれてあるわ。
That made me feel a lot better. If Kagari still had Kurisu's memories, I would have seen a repeat of what happened in the last world line. This must be another effect of the world line change. But there was still no doubt that she had been in Stratfor's hands for years. And she'd been the subject of many experiments during that time.
少し心配だわ。
Yeah, I am too, Maho. Maho must have been thinking the same thing I was. Kagari was alone with Yuki at Daru's hideout right now.
誰だよこの忙しい時に。
The ringing that suddenly interrupted our conversation was coming from Daru's phone.
天主だ。どうしたんだろう。
Uh-oh. I had a bad feeling. Me too!
はい、もしもし。天主、どうしたん？何かあったん？え？かがりたんが？
Uh-oh.
かがりがどうした？
いなくなったって。
Fuck.
何？
I grabbed the phone out of his hands and put it up to my ear.
俺だ。岡部だ。かがりがいなくなったって。本当か？
岡部さん、ごめんなさい。私がついていながら。
一体どうして？誰かにさらわれたのか？
いえ、それが、かがりさんが自分で、私、必死で止めたんですけど、すごい力で。
自分で？
What was going on? Oh, fuck. Did they do some sleeper agent shit to Kagari? Because they were already messing with her brain. They could have done some sleeper agent shit to her. Yeah, excuse me. Was Yuki really? No, that was impossible. If Yuki was working for Stratfor, she wouldn't be calling me. Thanks, life. But then why had Kagari run off on her own?
スピーカーモードにしてもらえる？ 私も話が聞きたいわ。
I hit the button to switch the call to speakerphone.
ユキさん、かがりさんが飛び出していく前の状況を詳しく教えて。何か変わったことはなかった？特には。それまでいろいろとおしゃべりしていて。何か変な映像を見たりは？もしくは音とか？いえ。
The opera music.
待ってください。そういえば外から変な音楽が聞こえてました。何かの凱旋車みたいでしたけど。
Oh my
やけに大きい音
god.
だなと思ったら。
It's the sleeper agent trigger. The fucking van was a sleeper agent trigger. An advertising van? Was it the one I'd seen this afternoon?
それね。さっきのファイルに書いてあったわ。過去ストラト4が行ってきた数々の実験。その実験の中にブレインウォッシングが含まれていた。
Damn it! Brainwashing.
洗脳か。
Oh, I didn't even look at this for IP. IP, officially, Internet Protocol. However, the term IP is often mistakenly used to describe an IP address. An IP address is essentially an ID number given to a computer to allow it to exchange information via the internet or a LAN. The Internet Protocol is the methods and standards used to exchange that information. And then brainwashing. The use of violent methods to forcibly change someone's thoughts or ideology. Violence in this case can refer to physical methods, imprisonment, threats, physical pain, drug injection, etc., or psychological ones, implanting a feeling of guilt using verbal abuse. It offers a more powerful method of changing a person's mentality than mind control.
特定の音楽を耳にすれば自発的に行動するよう洗脳されていたんじゃないかしら。そうとでも考えなければこの状況で自分から進んで飛び出すとは思えない。
That song the van was playing. It was K620-5? What does that mean? The magic flute, sent to lead Kagari astray.
ファイルにも書かれているわ。椎名かがりは適合性に非常に優れているため目下行方を捜索中って。
くそー。
Ah, fair enough. They probably had vans like that all over Japan, not just Akihabara. And she'd fallen right into their trap.
どうするオカリン。
It was obviously Stratford that had gone after Kagari, which meant that all we could do was... And there was another call. This time it was to my phone. I had Ferris prepare several cell phones for my use in this operation. One to use to call everyone, one to give to Kagari. And... the call was coming from the phone I'd given to Kagari. It probably wasn't from her, though. Who could it be?
岡部倫太郎だな。
The digitally altered voice made the caller seem even more eerie.
ああ、そうだ。お前は。
椎名かがりは我々の手中にある。交換条件は言わなくてもわかるな。
Kurisu's laptop and hard
考
drive.
える時間をくれ。
考える？何を考える必要がある？交換は明日だ。場所と方法は追って連絡する。
They hung up.
クリスの
Fuck.
PC とハードディスクと交換だそうだ。
で、どうするん？
かがりが洗脳にあっていたなんて。
Suzuha was gritting her teeth in frustration as she listened to us. I had her come back immediately after the call. And I brought Moeka Kiryu to the lab as well.
率直に教えてもらいたい。仮に相手の要求に従ったとしてかがりを返してもらえると思うか？
思わない。
Moeka gave her honest opinion.
私もそう思う。相手は洗脳なんて汚い手を使う人間だ。必要なくなれば容赦なく消すだろう。 最悪あなたもやられる。
The only reason they would have called me specifically is that they knew I had information they wanted to keep hidden. After what I'd gone through already, I could safely assume they'd show no mercy. And they were after what Kurisu had left behind. Her memories and her belongings. I didn't want them causing any more wars. Which meant there was only one thing I could do.
力乗り込んでかがりを取り戻すしかないな。
It was dangerous, but it was the only way. Mayuri and the others were still out there fighting, which meant they should still think I was running around the city.
乗り込むってそんな相手がどこにいるのかもわからないのに。
Yes, we do! We got that information from the future! They're at Tokyo Denki,
ど
aren't
こにい
they?
るかなら知ってるさ。
Yep!
本当か？おじさんいつの間に？
鈴葉、手伝ってくれるか。
オキドキ。
Okie dokie! I turned towards Moeka, who shook her head.
そこまでは付き合えない。
I bet.
ダメよ。二人でなんて危険すぎる。
いや、大勢で動くよりも危険は少ないかもしれない。
That is true, less likely to get noticed. And I knew that fate wasn't going to let me die for a little while longer.
マユリさんたちには言わないの？
言えば心配かけるだろうからな。ダル、
Is this... Wait a second.
ロックの解除を頼む。
Wait a minute.
スマホは通話状態にしておいてくれ。
Is... Can you believe it? Wednesday, just a week away. Wow. Hi, 100th Assassin, welcome to the stream. Okay, I have a really bad feeling about this because, like, this might be the moment in the timeline where Okabe gets captured by Stratfor and then, like, tortured for 10 years straight. So... I have a feeling this is about to go extremely poorly for everyone.
Okie dokie!
Okie dokie.
おじさん、これを。
Suzuha handed me a semi-automatic pistol.
グロック。
Oh, fuck, we're strapped now! Hell yeah! Glock 17. A semi-automatic pistol developed by an Austrian arms manufacturer, Glock. It is the civilian version of the official sidearm of the Austrian military, the PI-80. The PI-80. It has a 9mm caliber and a 17+1 round capacity. Its frame is fully plastic. Its revolutionary design would have a huge effect on the future firearm technology. How can anything go wrong when John Titor says okie dokie?
もしもの時は自分の身は自分で守るんだ。
I hesitated, but decided to take it. It was the first time in my life I'd ever held a gun, and it was a lot heavier than I expected it to be. The lights were still on at the building in Kanda. Even at this hour, the gate was open. That's how colleges were. As expected, we made it inside with no trouble.
ここに係が？
ああ、そのはずだ。
If Daru's information from 2036 was right, Stratfor's base was here at my university, Tokyo Denki. Several buildings occupied the school's conduct campus. Building 1, Buildings 5 through 7, and Buildings 11 through 15. Buildings 5, 6, 10, and 15 were scattered throughout the surrounding neighborhood, but the remainder were in their own little isolated area. The only two of those with basements were 11 and 15. And my guess was that Stratfor's base was here in Building 11. It was not only the building with the newest equipment, but it was a big building with 17 floors and a lot of foot traffic going in and out. I didn't know how many people Stratfor had working for them, but at least some of them had to have been out looking for me. Which meant this place would be less well guarded than usual. And I had Suzuha with me too. This was doable.
こっちだ。
But, see, Okabe, you've done the thing again where you explain the entire plan, which means that it's going to go wrong! I led Suzuha straight down the stairs. There were 3 elevators in the building, but Suzuha had decided that taking them would be dangerous. They could potentially be trapped. The problem was what lay down below. There were over 20 rooms of varying sizes in the 2-story basement. Which one of them was their base?
おじさん、こっち。
わかるのか？
思い出した。ここなら昔潜入したことがある。私が知ってる建物はもう崩れかけで、外観も全然変わってたからわからなかったけど、間違いない。
Suzuha led me down the corridors without hesitation. As they say, no plan survives contact with the enemy, and he just solidified that this is a plan exactly. With her gun in her hands and her hips dropped low to the ground to avoid making noise as she ran, she looked just like a cat. She stopped in front of one of the rooms and nodded to me. It seemed no different than any of the others. But there was no nameplate on it. This was supposed to be a large generator room, as I recalled.
私はかがりを救出する。おじさん、自分の身は自分で守ること。
ああ。
I took the Glock out from my belt. That's a sentence I didn't expect to read in this VN. It was heavy in my hands. Suzuha had taught me how to use it, but I'd never fired it before, and I wasn't sure I'd be able to. But it would still serve as a bluff.
行くよ。3、2、1。
After she finished her countdown, Suzuha shot up the doorknob, kicked open the door, and ran into the room. She did it all in one swift movement. I ran in after her and realized immediately that something was wrong. First thing I noticed was the stench. It was an iron smell, strong enough to make you puke. Blood. The floor of the room was covered with blood. There were bodies, too. 4 or 5 of them. Of course, Suzuha hadn't done it. It was already like this when we got here.
どういうことだ？
Suzuha was slowly working her way forward. I followed her. Some of the bodies were Japanese and some were American. The room continued on. A large man was lying face down next to a half-open door. And next to him was...
思ったよりも早かったわね。
Oh, fuck! Alright, I wasn't expecting you to be the twist villain!
バカな。
The voice saying my name was voluptuous and feminine. And its accent was foreign.
レイエス教授。
元気そうで何よりだわ。
どうして？
Hi there, G6SR. Welcome to the stream.
ちょっと探し物を返してもらおうかと思って。
Dr. Reyes spun around quickly and smoothly like a dancer. Kagari was seated behind her.
かがり！どうした？かがり！聞こえないのか？
There was some kind of strange mechanical device over her head. No matter how much I called out her name, she didn't move an inch.
あら、せっかく気持ちよく眠ってるんだから、起こしてあげたらかわいそうよ。
Wow, you're just going full supervillain, aren't you, lady? Her smile was sharp and cold. It completely lacked the warmth I'd seen when we'd first met.
気をつけろ。そいつ
Yo.
軍人だ。
Suzuha already had her gun drawn at Reyes. But Reyes didn't seem concerned in the slightest.
軍人？
Tenyoji had said that, come to think of it. That the group looking for Kagari was with a Western military. And he'd wondered if a normal spy would have taken their own life.
そっちのあなた、何者？
かがりを返せ。
いい顔ね。日本にもそういう顔をできる人間がいるなんて知らなかった。とりあえず銃をこちらに。でないと椎名かがりは死ぬわよ。
かがりを殺した瞬間に、私がお前を殺す。
あらそう。私は組織で動いている。私一人を殺したところで状況は変わらないわよ。
鈴葉。
Suzuha laid the gun at her feet, frustrated.
いい子ね。ついでにそこで両手を頭の後ろに置いて立ってなさい。それで凛太郎、交換条件は提示したはずだけど、ちゃんと持ってきてくれたの？
Only one Ada, that's how you know she's evil. I thought something very, very similar, but I didn't want to break the mood by making that joke. I was gonna say something like, ah fuck, feels like we're back in 2021. She's gonna start saying Ada Ada.
あらあら、いけない子ね。持ってきていないなら、こちらとしては椎名かがりは渡せないわ。
Right when I said it! What's with this game and timing? She'd said Kagari was asleep, but when I looked closer, I saw that her eyelids weren't fully closed. From what little I could see of her eyes, they were empty and devoid of light.
かがりに何をした？
残念だけど、まだ何もしていないわ。彼らが使っていた子守歌をちょっと聞かせてあげただけ。でも、あなたが交換条件に応じる気がないみたいだから、これから始めてしまおうかしら。
She rubbed Kagari's cheeks with the barrel of the gun, a look of ecstasy on her face.
クリスの PC とハードディスクは特別な場所に隠してある。かがりを渡さないならこっちも教えるつもりはない。先にかがりを解放しろ。
交渉は無駄よ、凛太郎。そっちが渡す気がないなら、こっちはこっちのやり方をさせてもらうわ。
It wasn't a threat or a bluff. Reyes was acting like this was an everyday conversation. With all the blood and stench around us, that somehow made it even creepier.
これはあなたがやったのか？
ええ。彼らも余計な真似をしなければ、もう少し長生きできたのに。残念ね。
どうしてこんな真似を？
簡単なことよ。私の正体に気づいたから。
Oh?
正体？
そこの彼女が言ってたでしょ。
軍か。
同時に研究者でもある。ダーパって言ってもどうせわからないでしょうけど。
ダーパ、アメリカ国防高度研究計画局。そんなレイエス教授が。
Wait, Maho is like listening into this? Just a sec, I'm gonna look up this tip. DARPA, fictional. The American Defense Ultimate Research Projects Agency. Created to adapt to the latest scientific technology for military purposes, it reports directly to the President of the United States and the Secretary of Defense. It is staffed by around 300 people, many of whom are non-military civilians. And since it reports directly to the Secretary of Defense, it is kept free of direct military influence. Researchers in DARPA are given wide latitude to pursue projects they find interesting. During the days of its predecessor, IRPA, it was responsible for the development of IRPANET, which would later become the Internet, as well as the Global Positioning System, aka the GPS. I could hear Maho's voice through my Bluetooth microphone. I'd left my phone connected to Daru so that we could stay in touch if we needed to. Buy time now? It would be impossible. But I'd asked Daru for the impossible many times before. Now it was my turn. I couldn't let her hurt Kagari. Suzuha had lost her weapon. It would be hard to do this by force. I just needed to keep her occupied.
その軍の人間がどうして？
もともと私の所属するチームはブレインウォッシングの研究をしていたのよ。
洗脳。それじゃあかがりは？
言っておくけど、彼女を殺したのは私じゃない。彼だよ。
Them. She must have meant the people lying on the floor.
どうだか。そもそもなぜ軍の人間が洗脳の研究なんてする必要がある？
Brother, have you never heard of MK Ultra? There was no need to even ask. But I needed to buy time for Daru to finish his hacking.
決まってるでしょ。思い通りに動く戦士を作るためよ。文句を言うこともなく、死を恐れることもない。国のために身を捧げる最強の戦士を作るため。別に珍しいことじゃないわ。そんなの100年以上も前から世界中で行われているもの。でもね、洗脳なんて面倒なことをしなくても最強の戦士を作り上げられると私たちは気づいたの。
Yeah, nothing unusual about mind control. That guy clearly hasn't watched Stranger Things.
それが AI 戦士よ。
AI 戦士。
The name alone made it sound like the title of a cheap sci-fi movie, but that also just made it creepier.
なるほどな。人工知能を兵士の頭の中に植え付けるというわけか。そうすれば一様に高度な頭脳と思考を持つ戦士を大量に生み出すことができる。
へえ。
それに特殊技能についての記憶を兵士全員にインストールすれば、全員がどんなミッションもこなせる兵士にだってなれる。
その通り。リンタロ、理解が早いわね。しかもゆくゆくは教意識化することでより綿密で高度な連携を図れるようにもなる。どう？すごいでしょ？
そんなの許されるわけがない。
陳腐なセリフね。
I was worried that Suzuha might jump at her in fury, but she stayed completely calm. Reyes was right next to Kagari. No matter how fast Suzuha was, without a gun, Kagari was still in danger. If I knew Suzuha, she was watching the situation carefully and waiting for an opening.
いい？私たちは世界の治安を守っているの。我が軍があるからこそ世界の平和は保たれているのよ。そのための戦士になれるのなら彼らだって本望のはず。
It was selfish reasoning. There was no way I or anyone else could accept it. But...
面白い。
They need to watch more Space Patrol, Luluko. If you don't have a gun, become the gun. Gonna do some fucking Transformers ass shit.
レイエス教授、いや、レイエス。貴様、なかなか面白いじゃないか。
I saw Suzuha's gaze dart over to me for just a moment. Her eyes seemed to criticize me, but she didn't say anything. Oh, are we seeing weaponized Kyomahon? I don't remember how to pronounce his fucking name anymore. No, it's been so long since I've used it. Hoyoin. Hoyoin? Hoyoin. Is that it? Ah, I need to hear it again. Fuck.
リンタロ？
リンタロウではない。
Awesome. Okay, great. I'm gonna actually get to hear it. My job right now is to keep her busy until Daru broke the lock on the files, which meant that now was the time to act. To act the part of the biggest fool I could. That was my
我
job.
が名はホーイン・キョーマ。
Hoyin.
世界の
Hoyin.
支配
Yeah,
構
there we
造
go.
を覆し、混沌に陥れる男。
一体何の冗談？
この狂気のマッドサイエンティスト、ホーイン・キョーマが認めてやろう。貴様、なかなかにマッドだ。
ほう。
Nice.
何？
Great! Now she's having trouble pronouncing it too!
ホーイン・キョーマだ。岡部倫太郎と 世を欺くための仮の姿、その正体こそこの俺、不死鳥のごとくよみがえるマッドサイエンティストだ。
何それ、あなたユニークね。
For a moment, her mouth had hung open in shock, but she quickly regained her cocky smile. But I couldn't back down now.
レイエス、これまで貴様がやってきたことはすでに把握した。貴様は AI 戦士の研究のためにビクトル・コンドリア大学に教授として潜り込んだ。
I can't believe Okabe saved the day by making her bleed out from a brain aneurysm. Awesome strategy.
そしてその過程でアマデウスプロジェクトにたどり着いた。そうだな。
その通りよ。アマデウスはなかなかに面白いプロジェクトだったわ。でもそれよりも面白かったのは
She stepped on the body next to her as if it were an object, not a human being.
アマデウスプロジェクトの陰に見え隠れする彼らの存在よ。案の定探りを入れてみたらとんでもないものが見えてきた。何が出てきたかはあなたも知ってるでしょ。
タイムマシンだな。
Reyes flashed me a dazzling smile and nodded.
なるほどな。人類の夢であり決して作り出すことのできないと言われたタイムマシン、その理論が記された論文の存在に気づいたか。それを手に入れれば世界の覇権をも手に入れることができると。だがくだらんな。貴様らの考えることは皆同じだ。
くだらないですって。
ああ、実にくだらん。世界の覇権、国家のため、組織のため、機関のため、どれも歪小な目的だ。そんなもののために世紀の大発明を利用するなど科学者として下の下。
私は科学者である前に軍人よ。国に命を捧げたものなの。我が国が世界の覇権を手に入れればそれだけで抑止力になる。それは世界のためでもあり人類のためでもあるのよ。
Her voice was rising in excitement.
だから決して他の国に先を越されるわけにはいかない。革命的な理論を私たちが手に入れることで世界の均衡は守られる、世界の平和は保たれるのよ。それを他の国に、ましてや一民間企業に手に入れられるなど許すものですか。
それがこれだけの人間を手にかけた理由か。あえてもう一度言おう。
Yeah! He caught her monologuing!
くだらないな。
Oh, this is fucking awesome.
彼らには悪いことをしたと思ってるわ。
She didn't really sound like she meant it.
本当なら彼らを泳がせるだけ泳がせておいて全てを手に入れてからデータを頂戴するつもりだったの。
ならなぜ殺した。
スパイとして潜り込ませていた部下の一人がヘマをしでかしちゃったのよ。だからそれについてはこちらの落ち度だと思ってるわ。でもね、彼らだって悪いのよ。うちには民間の研究者も在籍しているの。そちらに席を用意するって提案したのに欲を出して要求を突きつけてきたりなんかするから。才能のある人間を失うのは不本意だわ。
The corners of her mouth rose a little as she spoke. It didn't seem like she really felt that way at all.
さて、ここで一つ提案。岡部倫太郎、あなたうちに来ない？
何？
あら、意外って顔ね。 一体何のためにわざわざこんな話をしたと思うの？メイドの土産になんて日本のサムライシネマの中だけの話でしょ？
No, I'm pretty sure they exist in other media too, ma'am. Maybe you just watch too many Japanese samurai movies.
心配しなくていいわ。私たちは国籍なんて問わないし、お望みならばグリーンカードだって用意してあげられる。
つまり俺のこの法王院清馬の才能を認めたというわけか。
もちろん才能のない人間には声をかけたりなんてしないわ。あなたには才能がある。それにマキセ・クリスの友人でもある。
The real reason she was interested in me was probably the latter. It was far too
マ
obvious.
キセ・クリスのタイムマシン理論について俺が彼女から何か聞いているかもしれない。そう期待しているわけだ。だからこの俺が欲しいと。
役に立つ人間は引き抜く。正当な対価も払う。それが私たちの生きる世界のルールだもの。
ということは役に立たなくなったら俺もそこに転がっている彼らのようになるわけだな。
それはあなたの働きと心がけ次第じゃないかしら。
Reyes laughed and went around behind Kagari. She seemed to be moving casually, but since Suzuha didn't pounce, she probably hadn't left any openings.
誰まだなのか。
I was hitting my limit for buying time.
まあゆっくり考えて。
この俺の才能に目をつけるとはなかなかのハイエスト愛の持ち主だ。
ハイエストアイ。
目が高いという意味だ。メリケン人そんなこともわからないとはな。だがまあいい。科学者としてゲのゲだと言ったさっきの言葉を取り消してやる。何せこの俺の才能を見抜いたのだからな。
あら、それならこちらの提案に乗ってくれるのね。
No.
断る。
There we go.
なぜならこの俺は法王院京馬だからだ。狂気のマッドサイエンティストは孤高の存在でなければならない。いついかなる時も何者にも属してはならない。それが宿命。
At first, Rhea seemed surprised, but then she exhaled a long sigh.
まあ、それについては結論を急ぐ必要はないわ。彼女の処置が終わるまでゆっくり考えてもらって構わない。
かがりをどうするつもりだ？
Suzuha still had her hands behind her head, but if looks could kill, Reyes would be dead already.
分かりきったことでしょ。彼女の頭の中にマキセ・クリスの記憶を上書きするの。
それは。
Then in the other world line, maybe Durpa did that, and not Stratfor? And that wasn't all. Was the woman in the motorcycle suit who'd attacked the lab? That was probably Reyes.
そんな顔しなくても大丈夫よ。このために今日まで動物や何人もの人間を使って実験を繰り返してきたんだから。
Reyes rubbed Kagari's cheeks lovingly.
そもそもこれまでのシステムには致命的な不具合があったの。でも今回はそれも解消した。その上彼女の高い適応力もある。きっと成功する。
Every single word she spoke. And she spoke so slowly. It felt like it was drawing me in.
クリスの記憶が、頭脳がこの子の中で再現されるのよ。 そうなれば記憶のブラックボックスなんて存在しなくなる。私たちの言うがまま。彼女はきっとタイムマシンについても全部教えてくれる。もうクリスの PC もハードディスクもいらない。彼女さえいてくれればそれでいいの。
Reyes brought her crimson lips next to Kagari. She does look a little bit like she's trying to riz up Okabe.
ねえ、かがり。あなただってクリスになりたいでしょ。
ダメだカガリ、そいつの言葉を聞くな。
But Kagari didn't move at all.
天才と呼ばれたあの頭脳があなたのものになるのよ。世界に革新を起こす存在になれるの。素敵だと思わない？お返事は？
Kagari's lips moved a little.
いい子ね。
カガリ。
リンタロ、これはあなたの選択でもあるのよ。素直にこちらの交換条件に応じていれば結果は変わったかもしれないのに。それにあなただって本当はクリスに会いたいんじゃないかしら。人間を構成するのは記憶よ。記憶がその人間を作り出しているの。クリスの記憶を持ったカガリはクリスそのものになるわ。そうなればあなただって嬉しいでしょ。それにクリスだって。
ふざけるな。
I was surprised at how loud my voice was.
クリスが喜ぶだとそんなわけがあるか。仮にカガリの記憶がクリスのものにとって変わったとしてもそれはクリスじゃない。自分の記憶がそんな目的のために使われたってあいつは絶対に喜んだりしない。あいつをマキセクリスをバカにするな。
そう、残念だわ。いずれにせよ結果は同じ。そこで大切な人の記憶がこの子の中に受け継がれるのをおとなしく見守っていなさい。
Reyes started to tap commands into the computer next to her. Suzuha was still calm. She wasn't attacking Reyes because she was waiting for Daru's word.
誰？まだなのか。
Damn. Damn it!
おじさん、
Suzuha whispered to me.
場合によってはカガリを見捨てる。私が動いたら伏せて。
Damn. Oh no, 100th assassin! That sucks. Knowing Suzuha, she wouldn't hesitate.
はーい、準備 OK。
What do I do? Should I give up on her? I couldn't do that, could I? Should I save? Just to be safe. Just to be safe. Okay, I can't do anything. But either way, Kagari was doomed. It's worse, it hurt so bad I did it again with the same hands! No!
それじゃあさよなら、カガリ。
Rhea's thin fingers stretched out. And Suzuha moved. She closed the gap between her and Reyes in an instant. A gunshot rang out. Suzuha's body shot back and fell to the floor.
そう来ると思ったわ。残念だったわね。
Reyes had expected that. And there was nothing I could do.
やめろ。
Before I could stop her, Reyes hit the keyboard. What?
どういうこと？どうして反応しないの？まさかこいつ。Damn it! Shit!
Reyes pounded the keyboard again and again, swearing. Is there a problem with the system?
オカリンさん。
There was a small light in Kagari's empty eyes.
Bullshit!
With Reyes distracted, this was my chance.
オカリンさん。
Kagari ripped the device off her head, stood up, and managed to run a few steps forward before she fell over. I ran over and grabbed her. Reyes quickly brought her gun to bear. Another gunshot. Thought I'd been shot, but I hadn't. The gun knocked out of Reyes' hand was spinning on the floor.
それ以上動くな。
Suzuha slowly stood up. She was holding the gun that she'd just placed on the ground.
無事だったか。
なんとかね。
Yeah, let's go, Suzuha! Her shoulders were bloody, but it wasn't a fatal wound. She was lucky to survive a gunshot wound at that range.
形勢逆転だな。
参ったわね。まさかあなたみたいな子にしてやられるなんて。
Reyes shrugged her shoulders in surrender.
でもね、ここで終わるわけにはいかないのよ。
動くなと言っている。
Reyes ignored her and picked up the strange headset that Kagari had been wearing. Oh, fuck! Suzuha gripped her gun more tightly.
ちなみに私、小型の爆弾をポケットの中に持ってるの。
Okay! Alright! Okay! Okay! Sure, my fucking camera! Are you kidding me? Really? 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 You know what? I'm just gonna close VTube Studio and unplug my webcam. Sorry guys, there's gonna be no more face cam for the rest of this because my fucking webcam decided to say nah. Just so we're all on the same page. Right, yeah, no, she already read this. Your camera was also lucky to survive a shot at this range. Camera just couldn't handle the bomb.
奥歯をちょっとだけ噛みしめればそれで起爆するのよ。この至近距離ならあなたたち3人も巻き込まれちゃうでしょうね。
自爆する気か。
敵に情報が渡るぐらいなら死を選べと教育されているの。悲しいことに。
はったりだ。
そう思うなら撃てばいい。
Suzuha moved to pull the trigger.
待て、スザ。今は誰を信じろ。
Reyes glanced at Suzuha and then slowly put the headset down over her own head.
何をするつもりだ。
あなたも彼女じゃなければいいんでしょ。
まさか。
言ったでしょ。ここで終われないって。
There was madness in her eyes.
そうよ。簡単な話だったんだわ。わざわざ他人を使わなくても。最初からこうすればよかったのよ。
I feel like this is gonna end really fucking badly for you, ma'am. But after all the shit you pulled, I kind of want to see it happen. Not gonna lie.
これで私はマキセ・クリスの記憶を手に入れられるの。タイム麻酔の理論を得ることもできるの。世界に革新をもたらす存在になれるのよ。
そんなこと。
Don't use Karisu's memories for that.
誰？
Yeah, man!
今から私は時間をも支配できる存在になる。
You're about to just delete your own fucking brain, man! Rhea's fingers went for the keyboard.
やめろ。
大丈夫。心配しなくても、あなたの大切な女の記憶を私がちゃんと役立ててあげる。
消せ、ダル、頼む、クリスを。あいつを解放してやってくれ。
Coming to me, Chris.
Don't say that, ma'am! Say something else, please. Please say something else. Rhea's fingers touched the keyboard. Silence. Nothing happened. There was no light or loud noise like the phone wave. Of course there wasn't. It was all going on inside her head.
どうなったんだ。
Rhea's. She was in the exact same position as when she'd touched the keyboard, completely unmoving. Did the memories download? I steeled myself to take a closer look. And Rhea's collapsed to her knees. The light hit her face and I could finally see her expression. There was nothing there. No light, no darkness. Nothing. Just hollow emptiness in her eyes. But that expression of joy she'd had when she touched the keyboard was frozen onto her cheeks.
オカリンさん、その人は。
早かったんだ。ダルの方が一瞬だけ。
The folder had been emptied just before she downloaded the memories into her own mind. She'd filled her head with emptiness, and now nothing was left. Not the memories she'd had before, not her own history, not her own desires. There was just an empty shell. There was just an empty shell kneeling on the ground as if praying to God. Yeah, what a fucking way to go.
ダル、よくやった。
She turned herself into a fucking vegetable. Holy shit, man.
終わったよ。
Now that's a little existentially horrifying. She's got so many Madoka Magica dojins downloaded. I could hear Daru and Maho cheering from the earphone.
行こう、おじさん。いつまでもここにいるのは良くない。
Imagine Control Alt deleting your own operating system. Yeah, that's what she just did.
そうだな。係、歩けるか。
It's more likely than you think. Wait, this part wasn't in the anime? Damn, this scene was really cool! The only things left were dead bodies and a living corpse. Amadius, the girl on the other side of the machine, was gone. She was gone from this world, along with the memories of the person I loved. I whispered softly to a girl who was no longer there.
また会おうな、クリス。
I mean, look, I'm assuming that the Steins Gate animes are like adaptations of the visual novels. I don't think you can really spoil anything for me. Like, yeah, you can spoil like what scenes are and aren't there, but like, odds are I wasn't gonna watch the animes anyways because it's just the same story I've already seen. And it's like, if I want to experience Steins Gate again, I was gonna say, would she be a vegetable? She may just be fully brain dead. I thought that's what that term meant. I thought it meant someone who, like, basically was brain dead or almost brain dead and kind of has to be cared for by other people because of that. I assume that's what that meant.
それじゃあマユシ。
Oh, it's been a while since we've seen these two. They are, and they follow the true endings. Okay, cool. This is only the halfway part. The rest of the VN is just a 1-for-1 recreation of Weekend at Bernie's. Jesus Christ.
またね。ルカ君も今度一緒にコスプレしようね。
It is such fucking mood whiplash to go to this right after that scene before.
その考えておきます。オカリンさんや
Yeah,
皆さ
time
ん
to
も
lighten the
お
mood.
邪魔しました。
ああ、またいつでも来るといい。どうした？
オカリンさん、なんだか雰囲気変わりましたね。
そうか？
なんだか前よりずっととっつきやすくなった感じ。もう吹雪ちゃん、本人に向かって失礼だよ。楓ちゃんだってさっき言ってたじゃん。ちょっと。
やれやれだな。
Yada yada.
あ、それじゃあ私もそろそろおいとましますね。
あ、今日もバイト？
はい、終わったら連絡します。週末の予定決めましょう。
Cute! They're actually getting together!
オッケー。じゃあ連絡待ってるよ。
なになに、なんだにゃ。ダルニャン、ユキニャンとかなりいい感じだにゃ。
They sure do, Ferris!
そう？あ、でもフェリスタンへの愛ももちろん変わらないのだぜ。
Okay, daughter, please stay faithful.
父さんたらまた。
It had been several days since then. Oh yeah, I didn't even notice the date change. All the chaos with Amadeus and Kurisu's memories had calmed down and normal life had resumed. There had been no official announcements about what had happened in the basement of Tokyo Denki University. I don't think YouTube will let me explain the difference. As far as I understood, it's a brain, unalive, and severe brain injuries. Ah, fair enough. Okay, so vegetable is like more of a generalized term than I thought it was. All right. I'll just take that as like the conclusion to all of this. Because yeah, like you said, it might not let you explain. The next day, the basement had been sealed off because of what was described as a lab accident. Yeah, you could call it that! The military, or maybe Stratfor, had covered it up. And since then, we hadn't seen anything strange going on around us. There should have been no traces that we were ever there. They probably weren't going to come after us. Well, you would hope so.
あれは何だったんだろう。
あれって？
あの女が係にマキセ・クリスの記憶をダウンロードしたとき、うまくいかなかったんだよ。
ただシステムがうまく作動しなかっただけじゃないん？
ダルニャンの言う通りだにゃ。考えすぎることないにゃ。そうなのかな。なんか気になるんだよね。
Someone dropped a single gun and it accidentally discharged 37 times.
そういえば、あの時。
Kagari seemed to have been thinking of something. She opened her mouth to speak.
でも。ちょっと係、言いかけて途中でやめないでよ。気になるだろ。あの時、声が聞こえたような気がするの。
I mean, this is a story about time travel. One of them could have gone 100 years in the past and hit Herlock Sholmes. Made it so they had to do surgery on him.
声？頭の奥で。誰だかわからないけど、ダメって。私、あの時のことをほとんど覚えてないから、ただの夢か何かだったのかも。
it is still wild that the blood color gun is canon. It's like, I don't want to talk too much about Great Ace Attorney and, like, hold up the stream, because we have gone, like, a lot later than I was expecting. I expected to end at 8:30. It's almost 10 o'clock right now. So, yeah, we're gonna have to wrap this up pretty soon. Honestly, when Mayuri's two friends showed up, that would have been a great time, but, like, I didn't even think of it. So maybe after this scene is over. But yeah, it's it is wild. It is wild that that's just a thing.
アマデウス、もしかしたらアマデウスじゃないかしら。クリスが最後の最後で自分の記憶をカガリさんに上書きされるのを拒んだんじゃないかって。
真帆にしてはロジカルじゃない意見だな。
Speaking of, drove 500 miles over 10 hours. Spent another 4 working on a job site for the equivalent of have you tried turning it off and on again? Oh, that fucking sucks. That really sucks, dude. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I had to go through that. But Lukako and Mayuri stared at each other when they heard Maho's words.
その僕たちが最後にアマデウスさんを起動した時なんですけど、途中で通信が切られたんです。オカリンのボットさんが話してるのに、なんだかすごく慌てたみたいに切れたんだ。
Yeah, I also hope you got paid well for that 100th assassin. And also, so maybe this is why, in the first timeline change that happened this playthrough, we had that weird call with Kurisu, like, right beforehand, where she was like, please save me, please save me. Was it because, like, her brain was about to be transferred into somebody? Because I don't think Kagari showed up until afterwards, right? Like, wait, was Kagari before or after the timeline switch? It's been quite a while. Like, I think it's been a year since that happened, so, like, I don't remember all of the details, but maybe, like, maybe in that timeline, the reason why Amadeus, like, called for us to help, or maybe, like, okay, maybe the reason why the timeline shifted was because Amadeus called us for help instead of, like, working on fighting the transfer, basically. Could that have been when it happened?
でも、そんなことありえるの？わからない。けど、アマデウスにも人間と同じ自己防衛本能はあるはずよ。だから、自分の記憶をよからぬことに利用されようとしているのに気づいて、ということも考えられなくはないわ。
In a different world line, Kurisu's memories had once existed inside Kagari. Maybe it was, like, Okabe, like, screaming that Kurisu wouldn't want her memories to be used like that. Like, maybe that somehow got through to Kurisu somehow? Because, I mean, Reyes was in the process of setting up the transfer. I don't really know how, like, the exact methods of it work, though, so that might not be how this works at all. Maybe Kurisu had saved Kagari from experiencing the same fate here. There may have been another reason, but at least, that was what I wanted to think. It would have woke her up faster if he screamed, I drank all your Dr. Pepper. Whoops.
なあオカリン、僕も一個わからんことがあるんだけど。
なんだ？
オカリンの話だと、これまでアマデウスが原因で何度か世界線の変動があったんだろ？でも僕たちがあの時のことを覚えてるってことは、今回は変動してないってことだよな。それはなんでなんだろう。
ああ、そのことか。
I'd thought about that right after what had happened.
おそらくだが、これまでの世界線の変動はアマデウスに対してアクションを起こしたことで、クリスの記憶が
何者かの手に渡ったことが原因だと思われる。
Whoever had gotten the memories had used them to rewrite the
だが
past.
今回はその原因であるアマデウスとクリスの記憶そのものを消去した。原因が取り除かれればそれによる世界線の変動は起きない。そういうことだろう。
The cause of the battle between Stratfor and Durpa was gone. And we'd gotten rid of the data that Kurisu had left behind. The future created by Kurisu's memories was gone. But Suzuha and Kagari were still here. If they were still here, then the future hadn't changed that much. Of course, I knew that. Unless I could reach Steins Gate, the world line convergence wouldn't change. But that didn't mean that this was for nothing. There was that small flash of insight I'd felt in 2036. This world was another step towards it.
で、これからどうするん？
そうだな。いろいろやるべきことはあるが、その前に。
I took something out of the pocket of my white lab coat. Is it Dr. Pepper?
さて、皆に俺からプレゼントだ。
Oh, never mind.
これは
Oh!
ラボメンバージ。俺たち全員がこのラボのメンバーである証だ。
OSHMKUFAHSA. The badge had everyone's initials on it. Of course, Kurisu and Moeka's were there too. I'd added on Maho Hyajo, Kagari Shina, and Yuki Amane too. Accepting the past for what it was and connecting it to the future. That was my job right now.
ラボメン
Kagari held the badge to her chest happily.
私の宝物一つ増えちゃった
The path that lay before me might be even harder than the one I'd traveled so far. But I knew the light was still there at the end of it.
私クリスとオカリンさんが仲良くなれた理由なんとなくわかる気がするわ
Heard a scratching at my back door. I open it, and a stray cat just walks into the house, walks up straight to my cat's food bowl while she's eating, just dives right in, then asks to leave? The audacity of that cat. I love that.
私も父さんたちがどうしてあんなにもオカリンおじさんを頼りにしていたのかやっとわかった私もママがオカリンさんをずっと好きなのわかるなかがりちゃん違うよマユシーはオカリンの人質でだからそういうのとは
なんこれオカリンだけモテまくり許せんリアチェ爆発しろ
父さんには母さんがいるでしょ
Many different futures and many different pasts. Where they all converge, I know I'll find you. So...
ああ、俺だ。何？いつになったら助けに来るのか、だと。慌てるな。今はまだその時ではない。俺を誰だと思っている？いいか。狂気のマッドサイエンティスト。不王隠居間に二言はない。だから、しばし待つがよい。お前を絡め取るその時の呪縛から、いつか必ず、俺が助け出してやる。ああ、必ずだ。
Kurisu, until the day comes that we meet, all I have I give to you.
夫妻、コングルー。
Damn. Alright. Well, this seems like it's gonna be an ending. Life, you've played this game before, right? Like, can you tell me if, like, there's enough left for another stream before the ending? Or, like, if I should keep going because there's, like, basically nothing left? You played a long time ago? Fair enough. Alright, well, I'll just keep going. Fuck it. We'll see what happens. This stream's already gone on long. December 2011. Akihabara. Say save and continue next time? Okay. Yeah, sure. We can do that. That might be for the best. You know what? I've made a lot of frickin' saves this time around. Let me just... If you do reach the end next stream, you can start on other paths. You know, fair point. Fair point. All right. Well, exit the game. And this is really awkward without my webcam set up, actually. There's just a big blank space on the screen. No. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with my webcam, to be honest. It has never done this before. So I don't know if there was, like, some kind of software update. Thanks, I'm trying out a new invisibility potion. They gave me it at the lab that they used to turn me Catholic for 5 minutes. But yeah, it's like, I don't know what's going on with the webcam. Maybe I just leave it plugged in too much. Like, maybe there was some kind of software update. I have no idea. I'm hoping I don't have to get a new one, because I can't do that for a bit. Overheated, maybe. But the thing is that I've done longer streams than this before, and I've never had problems with it. And I mean, the first issue with the webcam happened, like, I think, like, maybe an hour and a half, 2 hours in. Yeah, probably software issue, but, like, I don't know. Maybe VTube Studio, but then again, if VTube Studio has to update it, always open Steam. Let me double check. Yeah, VTube Studio is completely up to date. So it must be something with my, like, webcams software. Because I know for some reason, like, this thing, like, it opens up a Razer application pretty much every single time. See, that's what I did to get it back the last time, but the issue is that I had to, like, completely restart VTube Studio. And it took quite a bit, and to be honest, we're at the end of the stream anyways. Like, and I don't have too much housekeeping to do this time around, because, I mean, I've pretty much said everything I need to say, really. I'll just go into the normal end of stream stuff. So if you're new around here and you like what you saw, hit the subscribe button. You'll be notified whenever a stream goes live next. Now, unfortunately, I don't have community posts, and sometimes shit happens. So the last couple of weeks, I wasn't able to stream because of job interviews and family emergencies and shit like that. So if you want to be alerted anytime that a scheduled stream, because I try to do these every Wednesday at 6 p.m. If I do have to cancel for any reason, if I am collabing with a different VTuber, typically my good friend Valerie Valkyrie, you should check out her channel too. If I just want to post some, like, dumb meme about wishing that I wrote soap operas in the 80s, you can find those all on my Blue Sky. I do technically still have a Twitter. I actually forgot to use it today for the one thing that I'm using it for, which is just stream announcements. Literally, all my Twitter is anymore is it's basically just the YouTube notifications. That's it. That's all it is. Ghost Spider Optometrist. Oh, man. But yeah, so check me out on Blue Sky. You can also find just like my lore document, some cool art. But yeah, you can also find pictures of my cat. There's only one on there so far, but there will be more eventually. Speaking of my cat, I think she's waiting for dinner. Usually she gets fed around this time. Good, Dead Bird app can't die soon enough. I fucking agree 100%. I want that website to just stop existing. But, yeah, outside of that, have a nice night, everyone. Sleep well, and I will see you next time. Bye-bye!